Well, let's get started, I guess. I think I kind of thought about making a plan for this, but then like I'm bad at making plans for anything, so yeah, I don't have one. Um, I'm not. Well, I think the easiest thing to test is going to be just max UCLK, because that's pretty brain dead to test. So we're going to start with that. And then after that, I guess maybe max FCLK. Um, I'm going to start at 6,200 just because with my luck, I might not do 6,400. I just need some loosey-goosey primaries for this to boot. Okay, let's just do that. That way I don't have to move my hand around the keyboard too much. Also, I'm not a big fan of checking max UCLK with like mega loose timings. I mean, the primaries don't matter, but the like TRFC and TREFI and like read to read, because sometimes it'll like look like it works, and then you try to actually make it perform well, and then it doesn't work anymore. So it's like, this is 8i. I think that's way looser than it needs to be. Oh, and no, like the desk setup is not ideal. You just keep hitting the mic. Can't reach the keyboard. I haven't really decided what I want to hit it with. Linpack is convenient and should run pretty quick. Like Prime 95 for like FCLK, you actually need to load it to like a significant amount of memory. And large FFTs just takes forever to start. Also, we have the scope, so we'll see it error out from that, potentially. And... Wait, is it broken? It might be broken. I haven't actually checked if LinPack works on Zen 5. Oh yeah, it's broken. Yay! Uh... I swear it scrolls slower on the scope screen than it does on the stream feed. Interesting. I think that's an optical illusion just due to like the size of it. Because it should be the same speed. How... I'm about to delid my 580. How easy is it to screw up? Well, that depends how much of a gorilla you are. Screen refresh on the scope? I guess. But I always thought low refresh rates make things look faster rather than slower. And the scope is definitely not 144 Hz. Can I use floss? I don't think that'll work. The glue on Fermi is really, like, rock hard. Like, it's not gummy at all. Yeah, box cutter or razor blade. Man, 2 minutes is a long time. Yep. Okay, so that's not having any issues. How likely is it for a 9800X3D to run 2133 FCLK stable? I think the vast majority of Ryzen chips do 2133. Like, some of them might require kind of low SoC voltage to do it. Like, it won't work at 1.3, but around 1.2-ish, I think basically everything should do 2133. Now, at around 1.2-ish, a lot of chips won't do 6400, but that's a different problem. No, it's on an AIO. If this was LN2, I wouldn't have time to read chat. And actually, I'd probably just not do it on stream. What thermal paste do you use? For the test benches, I primarily use Prolimatech PK2. Because, yeah. I've... Like, thermal paste is not something I really pay a lot of attention. What I like with the PK2 is that it's, like, super easy to spread. So, like, I don't have to, like, if I apply a lot of it, I've actually just been, like, I haven't reapplied on this AIO forever, because I just respread it. Because especially, like, it doesn't, well, on Intel chips, it dries out pretty quickly, but on AMD, it's not too bad. What AIO do you recommend? I don't have a recommendation. I use AIOs out of convenience, not because of, performance preferences. Like, my daily system is air-cooled, and before I air-cooled my daily system, it was always on a custom loop. Well, no, my very, very first daily system was on an AIO, but after that, it was custom loop all the time, and then air cooler. So, like, I don't test AIOs. I have a bunch of, like, Asetek ones, but... And so I just use those, because I have them. First word latency is slightly lower on 6000 than CL... 6400 CL30, if it's stable, is just faster. On everything. Like, if you're running 6400 1-to-1 on Ryzen, that is just faster than really anything you can do at 6000. That's... Like, that bugs me so much about the, like, people, like, most people talking about memory timings. It's like, oh, you go higher frequency and worse and like, the latency gets worse. And it's like, no, it doesn't. It does not get worse. It gets better. CL38 is literally tighter than 6000 CL30. Because 6030 is equivalent to, like, 8040, not 38. I guess 6430 would be about the same as 8038. But yeah, like, in 1-to-1 mode, you want, like, and I covered this in the video about Ryzen, it's just like, you just want as much UCLK as possible, and then worry about everything else. I mean, technically, if you're at, like, 3200 UCLK with absolutely horrendous timings, that's bad, but, like, number one priority is UCLK. And then you worry about it, like, which is, like, why I'm testing UCLK first. Because I literally don't care about anything else. Because it doesn't matter. You recommend BCLK for pushing above? No, because in my experience, that really doesn't... Like, if you can't use the 1933 or, like, 1966 ratio, using BCLK to go past 1900 isn't going to change that, in my experience. $8,000? I don't think... No, like, I'm not going to be doing, like, full validation. I'll probably check if it, like, boots 8400 or something. Because that's, like, an easier way of, like, getting a rough idea of how like, good things are than trying to get 8000 fully stable. Because that takes forever. So we're not doing that during a live stream. Okay, I'd say this is a pass for 6400. Though, let's see if I got lucky and it does 66. No. Yeah. Oh, nitro settings for getting higher. So the auto nitro settings are already as loose as they go, as far as I know. Like, I'm pretty sure the default from the the default nitro settings are already just as loose as they can be. Technically, there's also some new timings for 9000 series that you can loosen out more. But when I messed with that on my 9000, like my 9950X, it didn't, like, it got a little bit stable, but it didn't fix it. It still crashed. So I kind of suspect, like, your ability to do 8000 is basically just, like, it either, like, on some BIOSes it might be, like, terminations or something not being correct, but so far, I kind of suspect it's, like, it either works or it doesn't. To some extent. You think... I know for a fact that all A die can't do 8,000. Because I have several kits that just do not work at 8,000. Okay, well, no, yeah, like several kits. Funnily enough, one of them is like an XMP kit rated for 8,000, but like... Like, I think that one's like a PCB compatibility problem or something. But I also have a 6000 CL30, which at 8,000 is just impossibly unstable. Okay, so that's 6,600. Crash incoming in any moment now. Well, this is, surprising. Ah, there we go. That took a while. That's about the same as my 9950X. That pull down looks wrong. I don't really think that's responsible for that, but... So now I'm wondering what it, like, needs before it stops being able to run 6400. Because that seemed to last about as long as my, 9950X does. Actually, you know what? No, I'll try to do something with that pull down resistance, but I don't think that's going to help. I think this was 48 or 40, something like that. I might have borked it and it won't train. Dual rank is like... With DDR5, because you have so many bank groups in a single rank, dual rank basically doesn't do anything. Like, I think there's like some tests where it's like marginally faster. But generally it's just like don't buy dual rank DDR5 because it's like, oh, it's gonna be faster or something. It's really not. Buy it because you need extra capacity. The cache frequency? No, the cache runs at core clock. So that trained. It's not too surprising, though. No, I'm not necessarily certain this is actually better than what the motherboard started with. Alright, my DRAM DQ... Oh, wait, it's not reading it correctly. I don't think. It's reading like 34 ohms, but I set both of the pull up and pull down to 48, and I think it's just not reading it correctly. Unless it's getting overridden by some other BIOS option. Okay, well that didn't help. Well, 6400 already worked. That's why we're at 6600. Like if you're able to like start Whitecruncher at 6600, the CPU does 6400. The only question is like how much voltage does it need for 6400 at this point? Also, the oscilloscope is measuring core voltage, but back of the motherboard, so it's not super accurate, but that's helpful for seeing like certain types of errors. Like if the infinity fabric starts hitting error correction, it's visible on the oscilloscope. Anyway, so evidently this was not correct. Or like it didn't help. Though probably just incorrect as well. Anyway, 6400. And since this kind of works at 6600, this will probably work at 1.2. Does X3D Turbo Mode do anything for memory OC? No. Well, actually, I guess since it disables SMT, it might slightly improve stability by just putting less load on the memory sticks. Actually, might put more load on the memory sticks. It's kind of like the issue is the Infinity Fabric is such a bottleneck. I'm not really sure how it's going to react. I mean, the Infinity Fabric is very good at its job of being cheap. Right? Like, look at Intel's interconnect. That seems to be working so much better. And that has a fancy silicon interposer, and AMD's over here like, yeah, we just shove it through the substrate, and it's fine. Like, sure, you can't max out IDA's memory bandwidth test, but, like, most real-world applications don't sequentially read the memory, so it's not really a concern. Alright. I need 1.28 SoC for 6600 to post. Yeah, your CPU isn't doing 6600. Like, if you drop the FCLK to 2000, is 6600 stable or not? Like, you'll notice, like, right now I have the FCLK at 2000. Because you want to figure out your UCLK limit first. And then once you know what the UCLK limit is, then you can go playing with the FCLK. Doing it the other way around is stupid because FCLK is less important for performance than UCLK is. Also, it's been like that since 7000 series. Which is why I get so frustrated with people. For going like, oh, my FCLK does whatever, and then it's like, yeah, that's meaningless. Is it safe to run VSOC 1.3? Yes, otherwise it wouldn't be limited to 1.3. Like, the one thing, if you can do, like, 6600 UCLK at 1.3 SoC, you might still not be able to do 2200 FCLK, but you're still better off running, like, 2133 FCLK at 6600 UCLK. I mean, 3300 UCLK, than running 3200 2133. Or 3200 2200. Unless you're benching Y Cruncher or something. Okay, so 1.2 seems to be pretty happy. Even with 2K FCLK, it's not stable at 6600, then your CPU is just not going to do 6600. You hire VDDGs? Yeah, sometimes messing with the VDDGs can help. Does my sample do 6400, 2200, 1.2? That's kind of normal. I mean, I don't know how common 6400 is, because it's, like, I don't bin, like, CPUs in mass. But, like, if you're doing, like, 2200 FCLK at 1.2 isn't particularly surprising. So... this is probably not going to work. I'm gonna check, like, max bootable on 2-to-1. I don't know, maybe, like, I'll try briefly run 8000, I guess, or 8200. Like, I want to find something that, like, crashes quickly and then, like, go from there. Because I don't want to sit here and, like, watch memtest for an hour. It's not particularly fun. Also, I do want to try messing with, like, static overclocking. Because that's now enabled on these. So I do wonder about that and how it behaves. Where's Y Cruncher? Okay, yeah, so that's what I figured, yeah. So 1.15 doesn't work. And PC fails to boot 1 out of 5 times. Asus motherboard? Because there's, like, a funky bug in their BIOS that makes the motherboard, like, randomly not want to reboot for some reason. Yeah, Asus. Yep, that's that. I don't know, I have no idea why that happens. I think on the latest BIOSes it might be fixed. Because I haven't run into it in a... well, I haven't been testing Asus that much recently. But, like, that, I used to run into that a lot, and then eventually, like, it got less common on one of the later BIOS versions, so it might be fixed. Anyway, so I'll just go back up to 1.2 volts SoC, and now let's see what kind of FCLK we can run. Is Karhu hard on the IMC? Not really, I don't think. If aiming to run 6400 CL31 to 1, is there a benefit of getting an 8000 CL38 kit and underclocking? No. Clear CMOS button doesn't work. You probably need to unplug the power supply. Also, if you check the motherboard manual, it might mention that. Gotta love how Asus can't be bothered to put a 5-volt standby cut MOSFET onto their motherboards. Because, you know, one MOSFET, very expensive. So I don't think there's any chance of this not working. Like, literally, I think every single chip I have does 2133 FCLK. Now, yeah, especially at 1.2. I don't think I have a single chip that doesn't do that. Carhu fails? It's probably a memory timing issue. Unless your memory controller's borderline on SoC voltage. How long did you wait for the PSU to discharge? I guess the button could be broken then. Actually, no, the quicker way to check would be to pull the 24 pin. Instead of worrying about the PSU, just disconnect the 24 pin and then press clear CMOS. About a minute. Yeah, it might actually be broken then. I mean, I'd still try just pulling the 24 pin. Actually, I think I've seen some power supplies where even if you flip the switch, they don't cut 5-volt standby. I think Der Bauer even has a video about one that does that. I think it was some Be Quiet PSU, where it's like you flip the switch and it still has 5 volts. Which is really stupid. Like, honestly, I would really appreciate if somebody wanted to make, like, a special OC power supply, I would like a 5-volt standby, like, cut button on it. So that you can just, instead of like turning off the PSU, it just disconnects the 5-volt standby connection. Because on some motherboards, like they get it's not even like sometimes you don't even want to clear CMOS, you just want to like reset the 5-volt standby because board be weird like that. Like if you're retraining the memory and stuff, that's helpful. You have a vid or Patreon post on low effort timings for 6400 CL30 kit? Is 6400 CL30 an actual like speed bin that's available now? Just use any of the Hynix videos for 1-to-1. G-Skill has that. Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, I very specifically didn't ask for one of those because I wouldn't recommend most people buy 6400 rated memory for Ryzen. Because there is a chance that you just have a trash CPU and it's not going to work. How do you find the limit for best OC? You sit there and you test things. Slowly. You can't just skip ahead to the end unless you already know what the ending is supposed to look like. Which, if you haven't done a lot of overclocking, you're not going to know. Also, overclocking old garbage does not apply to modern hardware a lot of the time. It's been really, it's been really annoying for me recently, because somebody on a Discord that I'm in seems to believe that Ryzen CPUs work the same way Sandy Bridge did. So it's like the last couple days have been just watching them like do things that I wouldn't expect to work. the things they do don't work, and then they complain about how their CPU is like trash or whatever, when it's like, yeah, like, I don't... Just... And the funny thing to me is, if you actually followed the actual, like, proper overclocking procedure, even for something like a Sandy Bridge CPU, you would actually be able to properly overclock a 9800X3D. It's just the voltages are really different. But the procedure hasn't changed. In, like, at least for static all-core, it hasn't changed, ever. It's always been the same. It's just the starting point is different. And so, yeah, I've just not thrilled about having to read that. What did I want to do? Y Cruncher. The main thing I'm wondering with the 9800X3D is how big is the gap in terms of, like, stability for different tests. Because, like, I'm wondering, like, what's the difference between, like, a Cinebench, Prime 95... I guess we might hit it with 3D Mark 11 today. Actually, I kind of wonder what it does in Vantage CPU. Like, Vantage does technically scale to, like, 16 threads, but, like, 16 cores. And it's not, it doesn't look very memory bottlenecked, but, like, I wonder. Thoughts on MSI not releasing many boards for AMD versus Intel? Honestly, I kind of prefer MSI's motherboard stack for AMD, because it's like, this is one thing I never understood, is like, why do some why do they have so many motherboards? Just, like, make, like, 3 good ones. Or, like, 4, like, okay, maybe not 3, but, like, you could make, like, 5 boards that make sense in terms of their features and price points. And then, that's it. There's no point making anything else. Like, I don't know why you need 10 different motherboards. Especially when a lot of them are, like, vaguely similar. Okay, 2200 looks pretty happy, so we'll just go straight for 2233. Like, I don't need to see it read out, because if it was erroring, I think we'd see it on the scope right now. Or more like, I want to see what it looks like when it does error. I have heard that, like, or I've seen somebody else have, like, very good luck with 2233 working on 9800X3Ds. But, like, I don't know if that's, like how realistic that is. And nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Like, I think one of the biggest issues is that with modern CPUs compared to something like a Sandy Bridge, the stock voltage is, like, really ill-defined. So that, I think, like, throws off a lot of people, where they're like, well, when I look at hardware info or whatever, when the CPU's on boost, it runs at, like, 1.3. So logically, if I apply 1.3 volts all-core, it's going to work. And it's like, no, actually. No, it's not. Is it just not going to post? That's new. Like, honestly, like, I have a video showing, and I ran into the same thing with my 7600. But I was at least, like, checking the temperatures. So, like, I was really surprised. Like, what turned out being the issue is that the 7600, rolls over at, like, or 7600X. But it rolls over at, like, 80 degrees for Cinebench, which is insanely low. Right? Like, the TJ Max on that CPU is 95, and then when you try to manually overclock it for all core, it rolls over at freaking 80, or even before that. So like max frequency, like max voltage for max core clock is like 1.25 or something. And it runs at like 75C. So it's like, well, the temperatures look good. Why can't I use more voltage? And then you raise the voltage 10 millivolts and it face plants. It's honestly kind of surprising how Intel CPUs don't do that. Like, they'll scale with voltage all the way to over 100 degrees. Huh. That's new. I've not really encountered this behavior of, like, you set high FCLK and then it just doesn't want to post. Well, I mean, I have, but I've not to this extent. Like, it works pretty, like, it was working pretty well at 2200, so this is, like, weird. Have you done any... If you go to my channel and click on the videos section, and then you, like, scroll a bit, you'll find that, yes, I might have made some videos with the ITX Asus board. Also, the 8600 claim from Asus is for the APUs, not for CPUs. VDDP, as far as I know, doesn't affect FCLK. It is very upset. Okay, well, we'll clear CMOS. I mean, I'll try more VDDP, but, like, I don't think that's going to help. Yeah, if you look at, like, your auto voltage on on any Ryzen, oh, well, not any, but, like, modern Ryzen CPUs, during, like, gaming or something, and you try to use that voltage for, like, an all-core overclock for Cinebench, it is going to crash. Pretty much guaranteed. Yeah, like, that's true for, like, 5000 series, 7000 series, extremely true for 7000 series, because 7000 series, for low load, will go all the way above 1.4 volts. You try to run 1.4 volts in Cinebench, and you're probably not even going to get this test to start. Like, as soon as it tries to load up all the cores, it's just going to crash. Sometimes, like, my experience has generally been that, like, too much SoC voltage is a problem. You know what? We'll actually try it at lower UCLK. That makes things simpler. I'm very good at typing. I'll try it at 6000. This is kind of cheating, and also, like, 2233 FCLK at 6000 isn't worth it from a performance perspective, but I'm just, like, wondering. Is it, like, super broken, or is it just broken at 6400? Aww. So you do actually have to press a big number. I'm gonna let the motherboard try to set those itself. Because last time I tried messing with the VDDGs on this board, I feel like it was broken. Like, if I changed them, it would not post for some reason. So I don't have to redo this. You get better at memorizing memory timings by typing them in all the damn time. Whoa, it really hates 2233. That's new. I've really not seen it. Because I've had several chips where it's like they're not stable at 2233, but at least you get into Windows. But yeah, this thing doesn't even post. You got into Windows at 2233 on this board though? I've not tried that. But I don't, like, the board shouldn't affect it. Oh, now it trained. Oh. Oh, if it's a 2233, I imagine the Windows loading screen is gonna be, Oh. Yeah, the CPU is... Oh, man, it's limping. It's limping so hard. And I think it crashed. Yeah, it crashed. Okay, so this absolutely will not do 22. Well, we won't be able to get into the BIOS in this state. I wonder if this is one of those chips that's need... Like, I have heard that there are some chips that need, like, insane SoC for high FCLK, so we'll try 1.3, see what happens. But yeah, that is, like, honestly, I probably wouldn't even run this chip at 2200 with that kind of behavior at 2233. Because if it's that bad at what, it's not even like, I guess no, it is like 1% more, right? Like it's 1.5% higher FCLK, and it's just completely unusable, and it's just like, yeah, so that's, like, I don't really, especially with the Infinity Fabric, I don't think being within 1% of it being that is a good idea for a daily system. Like, if I was to put this in my daily system, I would just not run it at 2200, because 2233 is so incredibly broken that, like, I don't have faith in it. And it's really, really hard to, like, properly stress test the Infinity Fabric, because it has, like, a ton of error correction on it. Because I'm pretty sure the error correction is, like even necessary for just standard operation. So you really don't see it until it starts falling over. I keep forgetting I have to switch that over to the mode. Wait, I didn't set my memory voltages. That might have not helped. You know what? I don't. Let's just set everything to 1.4. That might have screwed over the last attempt. I might actually... You know, man, this is one thing that annoys me about MSI's new BIOS, is how you save profiles on it. It's so... Like, they managed to make it worse than Asus. Gigabyte has the best BIOS profile saving. You just press F4 and F3, and it gives you your profiles. And then, like, MSI and Asus just bury the profile option somewhere in the frickin' who knows where. It's really fun. Really cool. MSI didn't used to be that bad, but, like, I guess they got inspired by Asus and decided that, like, who needs BIOS profiles? We'll just shove them in the middle of nowhere. Why would you want an easily accessible shortcut? F9? Oh, yeah. Not great, though. Anyway, I guess my main problem with this is this doesn't look like a BIOS profile screen. I don't want to change anything else. Set my voltages. Yep. I kind of want to try it at 1.15 first again, because like last time I didn't have my memory settings set properly, so that might have been why I got stuck on 22, because I forgot to set the memory voltage. What about GDM? Man, I don't get why gear down mode gets so much attention. It barely does anything. Oh wait, no, it's back on 22. So maybe I didn't botch the memory settings. Maybe it really doesn't want to run. How do you sync PHY RDLs? There's like a setting in the memory timings that you can mess around with, and that'll move the RDLs around, and if you get lucky, they'll sync up. But I've also had memory sticks where they'll go down or they'll go up, but they'll never sync, which is just... I don't know, like, yeah, so... $1.1 for 2200, yeah, and then 1.3 for blue screen. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, it's really not happy about 2233. Really, really not happy. It just, yeah, it just crashed again. Server? Because they're different SoCs. Like, this is like asking why does Raptor Lake clock higher than Alder Lake? Because they're different architectures. It is literally different circuitry. It has different physical properties. It runs at different clocks. Man, I hate that pop-up. Oh, it's my F8. Let's just quickly check that this boots if I set it to 2200. Why don't we get the server SoCs? Because they're expensive. Like, Ryzen's entire Infinity Fabric architecture is for making it cheap, not fast. Like, it doesn't even have full write bandwidth. Like, AMD basically sat down and was like, what is the bare minimum amount of memory throughput we need to dunk on Intel? And they built that. And they dunk on Intel. So bare, like, you know, that's basically what they did. Meanwhile, Intel tried to use freaking silicon for an interconnect, and it still doesn't work. But it gets really good IDA numbers. Is it even possible? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Raptor Lake does that. Right now it's on auto. So on Intel only? Yep. I'm pretty sure the loosest nitro is 231, not 132. I don't think that last one even goes above 1. Lowest on AMD is 60 nanoseconds? Probably. I literally just don't run IDA these days because it's so bad. Like, I know people really like the fact that there's, like, this software that spits out a magic nanosecond number, but the way it arrives at that nanosecond number, to me, is extremely questionable. And also, not, yeah, like, it's extremely questionable to how it arrives at that number, so I just don't care what IDA says. Like, I'm pretty sure DDR2 CPUs have... I've not tested this myself, but I've heard from other people that, like, you can get DDR2 CPUs that'll do, like, 20 nanosecond IDA latency. Because it's a terrible way of trying to judge performance. Also, the X3D chips have inherently more latency because it takes longer to get through the L3 cache. And they're clocked lower, which... also kind of hurts. Like, it's really hard to try actually measure just pure memory latency, because the CPU really doesn't want to let you do that. And IDA's way of doing it is really not very good. Min 5 generally also runs higher latency. Does it? I haven't bothered to check, so I wouldn't know. What? Nah, the physical distance is basically irrelevant. That's like a thing a lot of people like to talk about is like, oh, if we put the memory on package, it'll reduce the latency. And it's like, bro, the fucking read access latency, the cast latency, is 30 clock cycles. It doesn't matter where that memory chip is. It's still going to take 30 clock cycles at 3 gigahertz to get your damn data. Like, how long the data spends on the freaking wire, get it going from the memory stick to the CPU, is literally not relevant. memcrunch is just Y-cruncher. I've been kind of toying with the idea of, like, intentionally making my own latency test. I'm not sure what I would do it in. Because, like, the only, like, languages I'm comfortable with is, like, Java. And then, recently, like, GD script for Godot. I guess it would be kind of a fun, like, if I do want to learn how to deal with multi-threading in Godot. So, like, a stupid multi-threaded, just, like, intentionally spawn a bunch of game objects. And then randomly iterate over them. And, like, that'll bog down the CPU. It's not going to be very realistic. I don't think. But it'll be better than IDA's like, hey, we fired off one memory request every couple milliseconds. That affects the ability to run one-to-one. Wait, what? Single rank and dual rank, in my experience, have basically no effect on one-to-one mode. Yeah, okay. This really will not do 2233. Well, let's see if Expo works then. DR runs one. See, my experience is that UCLK becomes more of a problem than before the memory sticks do. So, like, my 9950X runs 6400 with single rank, and it runs 6400 with dual rank. I mean, I did do a video of, like, 6500 single rank, but I'm pretty sure if I wanted to, I could do 6500 dual rank as well. Because the thing is, if you go to 2-to-1 mode, then, like, dual rank will easily go up to, like, 6800. Because it gets rid of the UCLK problem. Yeah. Well, the thing with my, like, whole, like, write my own memory latency test is not, like, I don't want to... The language choices aren't really, like, these are optimal for this. Like, it would probably be better to write it in something like C or C++, but I don't know how to write C or C++. I can write Java, and I can deal with, like, Godot engine. So it's like, those would be the easy options. And if you're trying to test memory latency, you're, like, intentionally trying to write really, really shitty code. Like, your goal is to basically have a data set, and, like, a really, really big data set, so that it definitely doesn't fit in the L3 cache. And then you want to iterate over it at random. Like, literally just ping around it. Just stack like function calls on function calls on function calls to really make the CPU upset, and then just have like a random conditional at every step of the way down. Isn't micro benchmark? Yeah, it is pretty good, but like I wanna experiment with like intentionally having like different like I just want to experiment with that for myself. I'm not sure if it would actually be like a good memory latency test. I just find it kind of interesting as like I wonder what I could make. Because like in C and C++, it would still be the same thing. Like my thought process is like make a giant array of data and then like hit that data array at random. Right? Because you basically like I'm thinking like I want like a gigabyte of memory and then I want to just hit random parts of it so that it like really abuses, because once it's like a gigabyte, it's not just going to be abusing the like, oh, it doesn't fit in the cache at all. It's also going to be impossible for the memory controller to try optimize access, because the memory controller does actually kind of try to like pack the data into the memory so that you don't constantly have to open different rows, because that takes forever. But if you have a big enough data set, it simply will not fit into a convenient number of rows. And it'll be statistically very likely that if you just try to hop around it at random, it'll have to, like, you'll basically have to go through cache latency, TRCD, RTP, pre-charge, like, for every single memory access, which will just take forever. Okay, so 8,000 just booted, which isn't too surprising. Single thread performance? I mean, that would be the, like, optional part. Like, it would have, like, I'd want the test to have, like, a single thread mode and a multi-threaded mode. Because I think the multi-threaded mode would actually potentially look better. Because you could probably... Like, I think the CPU would be able to, like, try weave the memory requests in between each other better. Whereas if you just have one thread, it's going to be so bad. That thread is just going to be sitting there for, like, forever, waiting for stuff to show up. Why? Because that's the default for Expo on this motherboard. Also, SoC voltage does not affect FCLK. Or, if anything, it affects it negatively. Use Intel MLC latency checker. Yeah, but the main thing for my, like, latency application is that I don't want it spitting out nanosecond numbers. Because that's always been like, man... I wonder if you could maybe track the memory latency in clock cycles. Like, maybe you could have one thread that's, like, checking a variable that's getting updated by another variable. By I mean, not another variable, but another thread. So you have one thread which is just being, like, which would be, like, iterating over the really large data set. And the other thread would just be checking how frequently the variable gets updated in however many iterations. Though that would probably not work very well. I'm not sure. That would be a mess. Performance events exist for that. Yeah, I know like CPUs have some like performance tracking functionality built in. $7200 CL34. You do not want to run 7200 on a Ryzen CPU. Like with Ryzen CPUs, you either want to run like 7600 or higher, or you want to run 6000 to 6400. I can't get 2200 FCLK to work. Well, then you just got unlucky. That's like pretty common. What's your opinion on Corsair memory? Some of it's good. Some of it's overpriced. Some of it's bad. Are there any guides you would recommend for 9800X3D overclocking? No, because I haven't tried overclocking a 9800X3D until today. Thanks, Jedi Master, for the $5. Will AMD ever have a faster memory controller? Like the Epic one is. On like mainstream, I don't know. Probably at some point. Like the 9950X is so incredibly memory bandwidth starved that it's getting kind of ridiculous. How high of a scaler? I am not sure. The scaler has some like really weird behavior to it. In my experience, it mainly just changes the voltage and doesn't really boost performance. Does motherboard matter for 9800X3D or for DDR5? It like the motherboard definitely affects your max memory speed. CPU probably less so. Like it's not gonna like PBO shouldn't really be affected by motherboard choice. Static overclocks might be. This is surprisingly stable. Yeah, the hero can run 8,000, but, you know, the Tomahawk is like $300, and I have it at 8,200 right now. That's like my biggest problem with the hero is like, well, even if it's good, it's insanely expensive. I just don't find that very interesting. Yeah, this is surprising. It's at 8,200 and not erroring out. $6,400 should work basically on any motherboard, but it might not work on any CPU. I've seen this board run 8,200 before. I'm not, like, super surprised by that. I'm more wondering, like, what'll happen at, like, 8,300 or higher. There's, it's like why I didn't bother checking 8,100. The memory voltage really doesn't affect your ability to run 6,600. Are we still? Yeah, we're just on the expo timings right now. Yep, this is looking not very stable. I've seen that run 6,600 are usually above 1.4. Yeah, but that's probably, like, what cast latency are they running? If it's like CL30 or lower, that's why the voltage is so high. Let's save sock voltage for daily system 9000 series up to 1.3. Yeah, if they're at 26 and 28, then like you're going to need a ton of VDD for that to work. It's not for the frequency though. This is really unstable, I think. It actually managed to start. That is surprisingly stable. Man, I really want to try the CPU on the ITX. Does cast latency affect other timings? Not really. Yeah, like I can't think of any scenario where I've run into that. I mean, this is really loose right now, but the fact it's running is impressive. I've literally never so I don't test games. I do play games. My daily system's on a 7800X 3D. Why was the OS loading so slow? Like sometimes this OS just loads forever. It might also just not be stable. I don't know. The B650E ITX Strix, I've never tested it. It's probably pretty similar to the X870 ITX, so it should be good. Would a very fast oscilloscope be useful for overclocking? There are oscilloscopes that are used for like verifying DDR designs. And it would be it would be very helpful for tuning things like terminations and voltages. But you also need like memory sticks that have like hookups for the probes and stuff, so the CPU might be a bit of a 2-to-1 mode beast. No, the X670EI. I also haven't tested that one. Yeah, I did try asking Asus for some ITX 600 series boards, but they didn't want to send any. So I never got to test any. They just sent me ATX boards, which weren't very good. They also sent me a Gene, which was good, but then, like, that had issues. Like, my one had, like, issues, and they sent it back, and I haven't had one since. All my 7000 series maxed out at, like, 6200. I mean, technically, it was probably more like 6300 something if I use BCLK, but yeah, it's not. Like, none of them did 60... Well, the 7600X might do 6400, but the rest of them don't. So the 800 series chipset didn't do anything, but a lot of the motherboard vendors redesigned their memory topologies. Also, AMD made a push to fine-tune the memory training. So it's kind of like... So I'm not sure. Like, 600 series might be better now than it used to be, but like my experience with, like, say, 600 series Asus boards is that the topology on them is just bad. Now, I've seen some people get, like, decent results out of them, so I don't know. Maybe some BIOS updates eventually, like, made it better, or those people just have really good CPUs or something. Let's try 8400. Do you think Gene is still the best one? I strongly suspect that. The fun thing about 8400 is that you can actually synchronize the Infinity Fabric to it. You can't do that for 8100 and 8200 and 8300. Because there isn't a 2025, 2050, or 2075 ratio. But there is a 2100 ratio. $8,800? I think the APUs can do that. CPUs, no. Different memory controllers. You already OC the FCLK? Yeah, I was trying 2233 earlier in the stream. Doesn't Mr. AMD Dip sell overclocked Intel CPUs at an insane markup? Wouldn't it be really inconvenient for him if he couldn't sell his overpriced Intel chips? Like, trusting benchmarks from somebody selling you stuff is like trusting Intel benchmarks, or AMD benchmarks, or NVIDIA benchmarks. Like, don't trust benchmarks from people selling you the thing they're benchmarking, because they're gonna lie to you. It's such a massive conflict of interest. That's why I don't make claims about, like, my memory overclocks. Even though I don't even sell them until recently with the spreadsheet. Which already had to get an update because somebody has a memory kit that's way worse than anything I've ever seen. It doesn't do TRD SCL at, like, 4 at 6200, which is like, what? Okay, so 8400 doesn't work. But yeah, this CPU is a beast. So maybe on the ITX it would do 8400. Anyway, I'm going to drop this back down to 8000 for now, because now I want to mess with, like, overclocking the actual cores. So there is a spreadsheet that I made with a bunch of, like, lazy timing presets that people can buy for, like, $10. And they are very lazy. They are literally timings I've featured in my videos. So, like, you could just, like, find those instead. But the thing is, like, with the RAM timing reaction streams, a lot of people will send me their, like, XMP or Expo settings for, like, $5, and then I'll give them the same timings every single time that happens. And so I was like, you know what? We could make this all a lot more efficient if I just make a spreadsheet with the timings that I give to these people, and just, they can buy it, and they don't have to wait for the stream to show up, and yeah. Because, like, also, it's literally just timings from my existing videos. Like, they're actually, some of them are looser than my existing videos, because they're meant to be more, like, compatibility focused than, you know. And there are, like, some memory kits that are just way worse than anything I've ever tested. Like, I didn't know that, like, you could get Hynix in, like, you could get Hynix sticks that won't do TRAS 30 until, I got a kit of that. Like, I just didn't know that wasn't, like, was a thing, until, like, this year. Anyway, so we'll just drop this back to 8,000. Actually, no, I want to try drop it to 8,300 and just tighten everything up and see what happens. Not the primaries. But, like, I'm not going to make claims about how much those timings are going to boost people's performance because that's a conflict of interest. In fact, I don't like the fact that I'm selling that spreadsheet anyway. But, like... Oh, wait, that's way too low. What am I doing? Not paying attention is what I'm doing. Just press 5. What? Oh, come on. Actually, this might be a problem at this point. I've been thinking, like, maybe I could give the spreadsheet to some other YouTubers who do, like, benchmarks, for them to test the timings to see, like, how much they uplift the performance. But that just feels like free advertising, which, not a fan. So, yeah, I don't know. No, I'm not going to make them pay for it. That's just... Yeah, I know they already tested my timings for Zen 4. But I wasn't selling anything back then. Like, the problem I have with it is if I hand over these timings to some other YouTubers and then they're like, oh yeah, these timings that you can buy for like $10 make your system whatever faster. Like, I have a problem with that. I don't know why, I just do. Especially if it's not something that they, like, want to test themselves, and I, like, tell them, hey, like, do you want to make a video about these? That just seems like exploiting my, position to get, like, third-party verification on my product for free. Right? Because, like, I think usually you have to pay for that kind of thing. Well, good salespeople are people I don't want to be friends with. Nothing worse than somebody who's good at convincing you to buy something that you don't need. Or don't want. Like, imagine being Steve Jobs' friend. He'd be insufferable. Okay. I'm not sure that this is necessarily a timing issue. I think the speed's probably just too high, but... And that, like, now that it's not super mega loose, it's upset about it. But, oh well. That'll need more testing. Why are you using the X870 Tomahawk instead of the Crosshair? Because the Crosshair is really expensive, and I also have the Tomahawk hooked up to the oscilloscope, and I don't have the Crosshair hooked up to the oscilloscope. So basically, it's less effort for me to just use the board that's currently set up than the board that is, well, not set up. Like, yeah. Like, I do feel kind of bad about the fact that because the Tomahawk is just, like, kind of a pain to, like, move off the desk right now, it's just kind of getting featured a lot, but, like... I don't really see how that's my problem. If your $700 motherboard is so like if it didn't manage to, like, I don't know what it would have to do for me to actually just want to use it all the time, but it hasn't managed that. So that's not to say it's bad. I'm just saying it's not, like, it doesn't feel special. It just feels expensive, which is not the same thing. Actually, with this kit, I'm pretty sure I already tested this to work. Yeah. No reason it shouldn't work on this CPU. What about the latency killer? It comes with a warning about hurting CPU performance. I strongly suspect it just breaks power management. So, no, I haven't tested it. 8300 is better. If I could get it stable, it could be. But that's something I need to test, because there's, like, sometimes you get some really weird, like, training issues at the very high speeds where, like, timings that aren't, like, clearly visible will get really loose, and then the performance kind of sucks anyway. 8200, 2200? Yeah, that, like, that would be goals. Kinda. But I don't feel like dealing with that right now on this board. V650M HTV. I haven't retested mine yet. Better IDA results? In real-time benchmarks didn't show any difference. Yeah, so it just messes with power management. Because the problem with the IDA latency test is that it's so like, the memory controller is literally like struggling to stay awake. And there's like probably some scheduling wackiness also going on. Because there's ways that, like, your memory controller... so it's possible to tune the way the memory controller, like, queues up memory accesses to give you really good latency if you have a lot of stuff that you need to get through. Right? So if you have, like, I don't know, hundreds of memory requests, then the memory controller can try shuffle them around so that they're not in the worst possible order for latency. So that it gets through all of them really quickly. Right? But if you're doing what IDA does, which is that you send like one memory request every several milliseconds, the memory controller in a lot of scenarios will have to like wake up, do the freaking request. Now, if you have power down mode disabled, this isn't really a problem. But like there's really nothing you can do to try like it's not great. And if the memory controller is specifically set up for optimizing for like high throughput, when you have a lot of memory requests that aren't sequential necessarily, like they can be random order, there just has to be a lot of them, then that can potentially hurt performance when you're servicing one request, due to like the scheduling overhead, which actually we already had that with Ryzen 9000 already, right? Because there was that whole thing where like AMD was like, oh, we're going to bring down the memory latency. And then I remember reading an article about like how the original configuration was actually designed for higher performance, but because it didn't work well in synthetics. Oh, that was the intercore, like, yeah, the core-to-core latency thing. Where it was like CCD to CCD communication had like really horrible latency if you like ran it through a synthetic. And then AMD was like, okay, fine, we'll undo the performance optimizations because your shitty synthetics don't like it. So that's like my whole issue with like things like IDA is just like, it's not actually trying to do any calculations, right? Like you can, you know, debate how useful it is to calculate pi to some ludicrous number of decimal places. But at least it's actually trying to do like math with all of those memory accesses instead of what IDA does, where it's just like, yeah, we're going to just access the memory for no reason. So yeah, the latency killer thing to me is just like, oh, this looks like an IDA tweak because IDA is stupid. Actually, I don't want to run Ycrate. Well, I mean, I guess we could quickly check that it isn't just going to face plant immediately, but it really shouldn't. These are, like, I consider these timings pretty safe. Is it possible to go much higher than 6,000? Yeah, I've run 6,000 rated kits all the way up to 8,000. Though that's kind of not guaranteed. Like, I think most kits can probably reach, like, Hynix 6,000 rated kits. So, like, a 6,000 CL30, I would expect those to generally do, like, 7,200 should be trivial. 7,600 should be the vast majority, and some of them will also reach 8,000. Because like, I'm not really sure why. Well, I'm not sure why, like, some of the 6,000 kits won't reach 8,000 and some of them will. Probably just, like, IC variants, or maybe PCB variants. I don't know. I don't really have a way of, like, checking what's happening when it doesn't work. No, Hynix, well, okay, so Hynix 24 gigabit MDI will actually be very consistent about hitting 8,000 in my experience. 16 gigabit A die is the one where it's like consistent to 7600, and above that, it like you probably want to start with something rated above 7000. But for 16 gigabit M die, that like doesn't like that struggles to go over 7000. So yeah, that's not going to go super fast. It'll like 6400 is easy, 6800 is easy. Like 6800 is really, really easy on everything. It's just, well, except like Micron and Samsung. But for AMD, it's also completely useless because 6800 is like right, like it's just outside 1-to-1 mode. And it's way down for 2-to-1. Pretty sure it's IC variants. It could be, but I've also heard that like it could also be like PCB effects. Like it could be like manufacturing variants in the PCBs or something. Or like the low speed PCBs are just not like yeah, they might not like validate like they might not validate them to the same extent as the high speed ones. Cuz yeah, for DDR5 like they're considering also like I'm not sure if it's available yet, but this is going to be a thing is that they're going to start doing memory PCBs in low loss materials. Which so far that's only been used for motherboards. FlareX DIMM PCB? No, maybe G.Skill's just a lot more aggressive about the binning. I don't know. I've not tested a lot of G.Skill FlareX or any of it. That's the Anyway, I don't actually plan to seriously run like Y-Cruncher on this right now. I just wanted a quick check that it's not just going to face plant. And now let's try push the CPU a bit. Actually, I want to know what happens if we run Prime 95 small FFTs. Is it going to bounce off the current limit, or is it actually going to hit the power limit? Actually, I'm going to use custom FFT size, because the default... Yeah, like this is way too big. I'm pretty sure that's way too big. And it... Oh my god. It's pulling 116 amps. At 1.08 volts. And it's running at 4.5 gigahertz. Yep. Oh, it's actually almost reaching the power current limit. Wait. Is it? No, that's not the current limit. Okay, no, it's not reaching it. That's insane, though. Wait, no, it is hitting TDC. Wait, so if I turn off the... Okay, you know what? Okay. So that's fine. That's crazy. That's absolutely insane. That is so much current. I've not done that on my 9700X. So I actually don't know how it compares. Because I'm pretty sure the cache actually increases the current draw a bit. So like a dual X3D chip would be like over like 220 amps. Oh my, oh boy. Please create a bat file. No. Mashing the delete key is fun. I keep forgetting where MSI put the like PBO stuff. You gonna buy a B580? I might actually try asking Intel if they want to send one. Holding delete doesn't work. I hate people who are like, oh, you can just hold the delete button. No, you can't. It doesn't register. Maybe on a PS2 keyboard you could, but on USB keyboards, if you hold the delete key, you end up in Windows. Have you ever messed with? Yes. In fact, I even made a app to re-encode GDDR5 timings for AMD GPUs. So you can decode them, change them, re-encode them, and then put them in the BIOS. Now, I didn't, like, come up with that. I basically, like, reverse engineered somebody else's decoder. But their decoder only decoded the timings, which is, like, super unhelpful as far as I'm concerned. Like, what good is it if I, like... How are you liking this MOBO? Enough that I'm using it. I don't really have any complaints for it, so... Anyway, so the CPU, actually, the TJ Max is still like 89 degrees, right? So it might not pull significantly more current. Wait, I was running that with... Was I running it with 512? Because 512 is less hot than 2. Oh, that is very interesting. Oh, I think it's voltage limiting. Or wait, is this chip backwards? Oh, whoa, this one actually pulls more power with 512 than 2. That is really interesting. Normally it's the other way around. Okay, so it isn't... Yeah, it doesn't want to pull more current at this point. It's not even running that hot, though. That's surprising. It's at 5.5 gigahertz. It's higher? Yeah, no, I know it has the 512-bit pipeline, but even then, like, on, like, the 9950X running with, Oh, wait, I don't think I checked that. Yeah, so I might just be thinking Zen 4 stuff. Anyway, so it doesn't want to pull any more power, so that's fun. But yeah, so Prime 95, the limit is, like, 4.5 gigahertz at, like, 1.08 volts. That's fun. Let's try some Cinebench. So I guess it was hitting, like, voltage limit or something. Frequency limit? I'm not sure. It's not like it didn't look like it was hitting any limits. It wasn't hitting power. It wasn't hitting TDC, EDC. I guess it must have been voltage then or something. But it was really low. Huh, just 90 amps. What a lazy CPU. Yeah, the boost on this thing's really relaxed. It's at 80 degrees in 5.1. $1.25 though. Okay. $9950X could be memory limited. The FFT size I'm using is not hitting the RAM at all. I think I just like I'm not remembering the test correctly or something. You know, I'll run Cinebench after a clear CMOS, like just to see if like maybe I botched something by like blowing up the limits. Because like on AMD CPUs, sometimes setting the limits sky high just like breaks the boost algorithm, and they boost less instead of more. No, I have like my main daily keyboard is on Razer Greens, and the test bench keyboard is Gatron Blues. So like cherry blue knockoffs on both of my keyboards. Because I'm not very good at typing. So like I actually benefit from like hearing 2 clicks when I press one key. And I'm like, that sounds wrong. That doesn't sound correct. I absolutely hate linear switches. I do not understand how people like linear switches on mechanical keyboards. It's just like there's no feedback in them. What's your words per minute? Like 40 on a good day? I literally take like freaking like laptop scissor switches over linears. I'm not very coordinated. Like I can't keep track of more than 3 fingers per hand. Yeah, it actually boosts more in this configuration. So I think setting the power limits like super high actually broke the algorithm. Oh, well, that's fun. The oscilloscope is going to read low. I mean, read high, because it's on the back of the motherboard. No, it's still 5.15. Actually, yeah. Maybe I got unlucky on the cores. Yeah, also the scope is reading like 1.3 right now, even though this is reading 1.25, which makes sense. Because, yeah, socket resistance. Yeah, so mine doesn't do 5.25 stock. Oh wait, like people like the modern Cinebench. Yeah, but the like bigger like it's for comparison it's useful because I don't know how to convert 23 scores into 20 scores. I know R24. Because I literally don't like I've literally never used R24. So I have no idea what it's supposed to score. Okay, yeah, so 23,100-ish on the CPU. I bet if I turn on Expo, it's going to get way worse because of all the extra SoC voltage. Yeah, the like if you raise power limits, performance getting worse is actually a really common bug with PBO. There's usually like a magic number at which the algorithm works correctly, and above that it just gets worse and worse and worse. Actually, I don't know why I'm opening hardware info. It's just gonna get in the way. Oh, well, it got slower, but not as much slower as I thought it would. I thought the, like, massive SOC voltage would have, like, tanked it. It really didn't. MSI added the IA VR voltage limit to their Z790 motherboards after people complained about it not being in the BIOS. So that counts, I guess. I guess we could try see what PBO does with this. Though I don't really care. I'm more interested in static all-core. Well, the main issue with 5.5 at 1.25 is that it's probably going to crash in everything that isn't Cinebench. Honestly, I would probably guess that even like 5.4 is going to be faster on my chip than PBO, but... Let's try that first. I'm pretty sure the core voltage is about the same, but based on what the oscilloscope is reading. You managed to get some food? Yeah. Well, that didn't do anything, did it? Man, why? I will never understand why PBO is so popular. Like, it raised the score by like 600 points. Like, am I pressing the Cinebench button wrong? Is that why the score doesn't go up when I use PBO? Like, because I remember this being the exact same thing with my 7800X 3D. It did like 18.5K stock and then 19K on PBO. Which is like, whoa. Much improvement. 2.5%. Definitely noticeable. This is also like 2.5%, isn't it? It's 3%. Yeah! So, based on that, instead of running like 5150, it's probably running... Where's my stupid calculator? Hey, it's running 5.3 gigahertz now. Yeah. Maybe a little bit more. And yeah, it runs at 5.3 gigahertz. I mean, some of the cores are going a little bit below that, but... And the core voltage is like 20 millivolts lower. Yeah, so that makes sense, because that's what it looked like on the oscilloscope. Temps are 80. Temps are marginally lower. So yeah, that was really something. Like, I don't, like, it's not like I'm trying to hate on PBO, but, like, it's every CPU. It doesn't do anything. Like, I don't think I've had a single CPU where PBO did anything more than, like, 5%. I don't know how people, like, get so excited about that. Like, it's less impactful than the freaking... like afterburner overclocking on NVIDIA GPUs. I do kind of wonder what this is going to do now, though. Oh, this now runs at 4.7. Shame it's not a very realistic workload. So yeah, this is actually up by 200 megahertz, but yeah, there's really nothing that'll hit the CPU like a 192K FFT size, so that's, you know, not very useful. My CB23 doing 24,450? Wait, on PBO or like... Why would your idle temps change? Your idle, like I wouldn't expect those to change very much at all. Those are primarily going to be limited by, like, the heat spreader. I'm gonna try static core clocks. I'm gonna try a little bit more curve offset. And if it still doesn't get better, then, I mean, it's not going to get better. But I want to see. Like, maybe at minus 30, it'll hit 24,000. Man, the GTX 580 had so much headroom, and the GTX 480. It's like, there's like 20% in the core alone. That's a real overclocking GPU, instead of all the garbage we get these days. Like, the GTX 480 has, like, more overclocking headroom than the performance gap between, like, a 7900 XTX and an XT. Like, you could literally, like, overclock that card into being, like, another tier of GPU. And that's just not a thing anymore. Because the manufacturers got too good at figuring out the limits of the silicon. So they don't have to ship it, like, massively underclocked. It's like, NVIDIA was, like, struggling to get the GTX 480 to, like, work the way they wanted it to work. But, like, in the end, it's so much headroom. I don't care if it pulls 400 watts. I don't think it even pulls that much even when you overclock it. Like, it does get thirsty. But, like, it isn't that thirsty to begin with. 290Xs have worse performance to power scaling than GTX 480s. What? So 4-sticks, I briefly tried 4x16, and the default settings are, like, completely broken. Like, I couldn't even get Expo to work. So I think, like, technically, if you do a lot of manual tuning, 6,000, 6,400 on 4x16 should be possible, but it's going to be, like, a massive pain. And on, like, 4x32 and 4x48, it's going to be even more work, and you're going to be struggling to get 6,000 to work. Any chance you will try 48x4? I literally don't have that many 48 gig sticks, so that's difficult to do. And I don't really want to do it because it's going to take so long. And, like, I don't care. Build your own data centers. It's not my problem. Oh no, I opened it twice. Yeah, I gets upset about that. Do I not have a cinema? Okay, there we go. The voltage is still about the same. It might be running like 5350 now. So yeah, it might just about eke out 24,000. Yeah, okay. So if this is stable, this isn't that bad, I guess. Because that's what? That's like another 400-ish points. And the previous was like 3%. So that's like 5%. And I guess with how easy it is to, like, punch... The issue is, though, like, when you do these kinds of PBO overclocks, like, verifying that it's stable is really, really hard. Which is my main issue with it. Like, I don't want to tell people, like, oh, just punch minus 30 and, like, maybe it'll work and maybe you'll have the system randomly lock up for no reason. Not a fan of that because you can't just stress test it with Prime 95 because that runs the CPU at like 4 gigahertz. So it's not testing the like high frequency end. Anyway, what did I want to do? Oh yeah, I wanted to try Karhu. That's gonna not load up properly right now. 25. Oh yeah, so that just runs at like a locked 5.4 and what? 1.2. Oh yeah, 1.2. Oh man, so that is wild. It uses less voltage for a higher frequency in Karhu than it does for Cinebench at a lower frequency. Yeah, it basically wants to run 5.4 at like 1.2. Interesting, because it uses like 1.25 for 5.3. Actually, not 1.25, but like it uses over 1.2 for 5.3. Which kind of makes sense because like the load temperature is higher. Oh, why would I scalp the CPU? Unless you mean delid the CPU. Which, no. UCC would allow, maybe? But you might lose performance due to the error correction kicking in. What thermal paste are you running? Prolimatech PK2. So turning off spread spectrum on this motherboard seems to be extremely broken. Every single time I've tried it, it just causes the system to not boot. So that's why I'm not going to try that. Anyway, let's try some static overclocking. Wait, what? We have two core... Oh, wait, no. I'm probably going to start with mode 8. For Cinebench, this should be fine. It's a good idea to remove the heat spreaders. The heat spreaders on most memory sticks don't really do very much, so sure, I don't really see a problem with that. Just be careful that you don't rip the memory chips off the PCB. How old? No, you can still buy brand new Prolimatech PK2 in the UK. Is the chipset still only connected PCIe 4.0x4? As far as I know, yes. I think the voltage is low enough that we can try start Prime 95, but I imagine it'll immediately crash. But I do want to try that after Cinebench. Oh no, I have it set to... Hey, CPU now runs at 60 degrees. Oh, I've basically turned it into a 7800X 3D. Yeah, this looks exactly like what a 7800X 3D usually does. Except like 10 degrees lower temperatures. Actually, more than that. Maybe. Yeah, like 15 degrees cooler. With similar power draw and voltage. That really didn't change the score that much, which, yeah, it's not super surprising, is it? Giving up, what, like... Like, yeah, it is lower. By, like, what, like 5% compared to stock? Anyway, let's see how long this... I imagine this is just gonna crash. Oh? 1.065? 5 gigahertz. If I move the mouse, is it gonna... Huh. Yeah, it's actually dealing with that pretty well. Pulling 110 amps. Man, so like AMD's default configuration for like what it does in Prime 95 is super forgiving. Because it's like, it runs basically the voltage we're at right now because it's at 1.065. It's actually, this is lower voltage than what AMD uses. But AMD's running at like 4.5 and even PBO is running it at like 4.7. And it's like, I mean, well, yeah, like it's running at 5. At 1.06. This is less voltage than the stock settings, and it's like 500 higher megahertz core clock. So that's neat. I was kind of worried that this wouldn't... Yeah, I mean, I really thought this wasn't going to work. Because on the 16-core CPUs, Prime 95 at 5 gigahertz is kind of hard to run. But this really isn't a problem. Which, I mean, like, it doesn't pull anywhere near as much current, so that helps a lot. That's cool. So, like, I mean, I think it would be stupid to actually, like, stress test your 9800X 3D static all-core with Prime 95. But if you were some, like, prepper-brained, my CPU must survive the software apocalypse type tuning configuration. Apparently, it's not completely horrible. My CPU overclock must be absolutely freaking bomb-proof. Apparently, that's actually kind of viable with this CPU, so that's impressive. I have heard some people say that, like, the dynamic boost algorithms cause lower 1% lows in games because of the, like, shifting in power management, and it's like... I wouldn't necessarily not believe that, because, like, some power management... I've had issues with power management, but I've usually had it with GPUs. And I'm not really interested in testing that. To like a high degree of accuracy, because just testing games is such a pain. So now we're going to try 1.05. I mean, not 1.05, 1.15, 5.2 for Cinebench, because I don't think there's any chance. Like, Prime 95 at this voltage, I think, is just going to run way too damn hot. It wasn't run. It was at like 80 degrees, so if you delidded it, you might actually be able to get away with that. So the 9000 series architecture just has more latency in IDA, and the extra cache also increases the IDA latency. Because the CPU needs to first check that whatever you're looking for is not in the cache, and then it needs to go check the memory, like where it is in memory. Yeah, I will try Prime. I don't think it'll overheat. Like, my main concern with running Prime 95 with this is if you're doing static overclocks, the TJ max is 115 degrees when the CPU will turn off. So if you set the voltage too high and then try to run Prime 95, like, it's going to be a really bad day for the chip. And I only have one 9800X3D, and I don't know if you've noticed, but you can't exactly just go out and buy one of these. So I'd prefer not breaking it. .3, 4.5 on a 5500. Yeah, that should be fine. As long as you're not using some, like, insane LLC on it. Man, it's running at 60. I mean, the voltage is way lower than what PBO is using, but, like... Yeah, see, this is why I say, like, the stock CPU configuration from the factory always is just super rich. Like, clear CMOS, right, runs, like, 5.015 at 1.25. The chip runs 5.2 at 1.13 for Cinebench. Just fine. We also basically get the... Actually, maybe it's... Oh, wait, no, I have hardware info open, so that's not helping. And I'm, like, moving the mouse around, which does actually, like, slow stuff down. There might be maybe some clock stretching. But, yeah, also on the oscilloscope, like, you can see how Cinebench is just, like, it's nothing. Especially on this chip, because, like, it's only 8 cores. So, you know, like, 5.4 at 1.2 is probably gonna... Oh, look, it's scored higher now. Yeah, so hardware info was just dragging it down. Cool. Okay, so let's try Prime 95. At this point, I'm fully expecting it to just crash. Like, there's no way this is still stable. There's no way. Oh my god. Oh, it died. But hey, before it crashed, the temps weren't even that bad. So maybe you could. So yeah, you maybe could actually have a 9800X3D that is like Prime 95 small FFTs stable. At like a little over 5 gigahertz. Which, like, yeah, it's going to be slower for single core, but, like... Yeah, this still seems pointless. I'd probably just run it at stock instead, but if you're one of those people where it's like, oh, PBO causes bad 1% lows or whatever, and you hate crashing... My daily is on an open air bench. I even have a video about my daily system. That, like, I don't update my daily system very often because I like using it and I don't like maintaining it. Which kind of defeats the purpose of having it on an open air test bench. I wonder if 5.4 Y-Cruncher VT3 is viable. Like, Y-Cruncher VT3 is not as heavy as Prime 95 small FFTs, but it is heavy. I'm pretty sure it's heavier than Cinebench, so I guess we'll test that. So this is technically going to be less than 1.2 volts, because obviously I am running like a bunch of V-Droop right now. Or, well, as much V-Droop as this motherboard offers. I should admit, it's not that much V-Droop, but like, eh. Yeah, it's like 30 millivolts of V-Droop. So 1.17, 5.4. Chip at 70 degrees. You know, with a lot of the motherboards now, you have like that dynamic overclocking thing. I think one way you could deal with the whole like, well, what if I open some random .exe and it turns out to be like Prime 95 small FFTs? The way you could deal with that is a lot of the auto overclocking options, you could just have the CPU kick down into PBO. Right, like if it just hits too high of a load, you just let it drop into standard PBO configuration. Adjusting EDC. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that was also the case with like 3000 series. Why did you choose this motherboard specifically? Because it was set up on the test bench, and the BIOS was up to date, so I didn't need to update anything. I could just stick the CPU in it, and like, yeah. I am incredibly lazy. My motherboard choices are basically dictated by minimum effort. Unless the motherboard sucks. But if the motherboard doesn't suck, then I'm like, why bother replacing it? All right, I wanted to run Y-Cruncher. Also, my thought process on having the CPU just like kick down from a static all-core into PBO is that that's a lot easier to set up than dealing with Curve Optimizer and Curve Shaper, because there's less variables. That could actually be CPU instability. Funny thing is, oh yeah, like the funny thing with this load is that it's not very, it's not really that heavy, at least in terms of average current, so it doesn't run that hot. But that's because you don't see the, like, really fine detail in software. So that was probably, like, it might have been my memory overclock, but honestly, I'm leaning towards that actually being the CPU that crashed there. And I'm kind of wondering where the limit is for Cinebench. You know, I'm kind of thinking I'm not going to raise the voltage just yet. I'm just going to raise the frequency until Cinebench stops running. So let's try 5450. Because this was a problem with the 7600X, is I was all, raise voltage. And then it, like, face planted super, at, like, a really low frequency, because I set the voltage way too high, way too early. Yeah, the other thing is that the Tomahawk is a motherboard that, like, I like the feature set and the price point. So, it seems like, you know, like a good, like, go-to motherboard. If it was also really good, that would be nice. I liked MSI's old BIOS layout. I actually don't like the new one because, like, when you first open it, you don't start in the OC tab. The carbon doesn't really make a lot of sense. The price is so high that you may as well go for somebody else's motherboard at that point. Because it doesn't have ECLK. Is the bottom power connector useful at all? No. I have no idea what it's for, and I haven't bothered plugging it in. Like, it's probably just wired straight into the PCIe slots, in which case it is also completely useless. It's like, you're not going to run 3 RX 480s on an X870 Tomahawk. I don't know why you need extra PCIe slot power. Yeah, it probably is extra PCIe slot power. It's just like I don't see a scenario where that's useful. The one thing I'm wondering with the Tai Chi from ASRock is like if the what the memory overclocking is like, because there's been quite a few people who've apparently had like issues with that on the ASRock X870 boards and just ASRock AM5 boards in general with 9000 series. But I haven't like tested that myself yet, so I don't know. Could be skill issue, could actually be ASRock BIOS issue. Could be a bit of both. Though, if you're in one-to-one mode, it probably doesn't matter very much. Okay, so that just passes. Easy. Getting any B850? Isn't B850 just like rebranded A520 and it doesn't have like not A5 A620 and it like doesn't have overclocking support? I'm not sure that I'll bother unless like we'll see. Like it depends. If there's some other board that like I like the feature set, sure I'll have a look. But if the feature set looks terrible, then like waste of time. What? Oh, it's B840 or it's just A620. Oh, I guess, yeah, then I guess I'll check out some B850s then. Man, I wonder what it... I should be able to run 3D Mark 11. If this passes Cinebench, we're trying 3D Mark 11. What is the benefit of a more expensive motherboard? Your wallet is lighter. Your bank account has a smaller number in it, which might be easier for you to, like, fit in your head. Like, seriously, with motherboards, buy the motherboard that has the features you want. Don't buy a motherboard just because the influencers influenced you. And I consider the marketing department at every motherboard manufacturer a bunch of influencers. The original influencers, if you will. Is 8 layers really that much better than 6? I'd say it probably more depends on the motherboard itself than the layer count. .6, what, on the memory, or? Also Intel? Because AMD doesn't have VDD QTX. And the problem with VDD QTX is it's kind of, I personally wouldn't set it above 1.45 for safety, but from a stability perspective, it has like a sweet spot, and where that sweet spot is I have no idea. Probably a big part of why I never got DDR5 8000 to work on Intel. Is it normal for BIOS versions to differ in performance even with the same settings? Kinda, yeah. Depends what you consider same settings, but like AMD's kind of notorious for like fiddling with the boost algorithm. Some of the motherboard vendors will fiddle with like sub timings and stuff that you won't necessarily notice. There's also some like hidden memory controller options that the motherboard vendors will sometimes adjust. What do you think about your 9800X3D? I am excited about the memory controller. I am impressed at the all-core overclocking capabilities. Okay, so it looks like we finally hit the limit of what Cinebench will tolerate. Also, there was a question about how do you get hardware info to update faster. There's this configure sensors thing, and then you just set that to like a smaller number, and then it goes faster. Anyway, so that's R23 not stable, but I wonder if 3D Mark 11 will run. Yeah, just the physics test. Because this physics test is extremely memory bottlenecked. And the 7800X3D was like really OP for it, even at stock settings. And so I'm kind of wondering, like, what about the 9800X3D? Also, I'm actually running pretty fast memory settings right now with 8000 CL38. So I'm wondering, like, I'm pretty sure this is going to spit something out. Like, if it doesn't crash, I expect it to spit out something way over 40,000. It might crash, though. Oh, yeah, that is fast. That is so freaking fast. If it 130 FPS. Oh my god. 44,000. That's insane. If, like, this CPU might actually be, like, I don't know if it bottlenecks on the GPU test. Because that's, like, a really annoying problem with the old 3D Marks and Ryzen CPUs is, like, I'm not sure about 11, but Firestrike hates Ryzen chips so much. Like, if you run a 3080 Ti on a 7950 on a 9950X, it's like 10% slower than it should be. If you run a GTX 1080 Ti, it's like 5% slower than it should be. If you run a GTX 680, it's also like 5% slower because there's just some stupid like DirectX 11 overhead problem where it just hates Ryzen CPUs. But for 3D Mark 11, all those chips also suck at the physics score. But I'm what like if the X3D fixes the GPU tests, like this could be really, really good for 3D Mark 11. Firestrike, I think it's probably not great. Actually, we should check. The 9950X is terrible at Firestrike. Oh, this might crash on the loading screen because there's like a moment where it like, yeah, the scan system info like really hits the CPU pretty hard sometimes. That's like a really funny issue with Intel CPUs is that scanning system info, like if you're on the edge, the CPU will crash scanning system info. Not you like you'll be able to run higher clocks in the benchmark than for system info. Anyway, but that got through, so that's good. Let's try Firestrike. Yeah, for 3D Mark 11 physics, the X3Ds are just OP as hell. That's also why I kind of want to try make my own, like, synthetic latency test. Because 3D Mark 11 physics is, in my opinion, actually just a generally very good memory benchmark. Okay, this isn't that fast. Yeah, this test technically scales to 32 threads. The reason I say technically is that it really hates Ryzen like 5950X is actually good at it, but once you get to like the 7950X and 9950X, it just falls apart. Probably because of some like horrible memory bottleneck, is my guess. But yeah, so this, like, the crazy thing about this test is I think the 9950X is like, I probably have some 9950X results on here. Yeah, see, this is a 9950X result, and this is like 55K. If it's scaled linearly, you would expect like way more. Like a stock 14900K gets 60,000. So, yeah. But 3D Mark 11, like technically 3D Mark 11 also goes up to 32 threads, but because it's so memory starved, X3D just crushes it. So that's cool. That's really cool. I can't wait to test that some more. Unfortunately for like Firestrike, this isn't very good because, yeah, the 14900K is still better for that. That's the one thing I'm wondering about Arrow Lake is like, does Arrow Lake have the same problem with Firestrike that Ryzen does? Where it's just like atrocious at everything? Bad CPU score, bad GPU score, bad combined, bad everything. Arrow Lake is awful in 3D Mark Firestrike. Of course it is. 3D Mark Firestrike seems to be pretty representative of the average game developer. I mean, the 3D Mark 11 physics test is also probably pretty close to, like, a real game's actual physics implementation. Which is why it's so horribly memory starved, because you have all those, like, physics objects moving around. Though I wonder if the reason that X3D is so OP for 3D Mark 11 specifically is if those objects actually fit in the L3 cache. Like, I wonder if you had a 3D Mark 11 physics test with, like, twice the physics things in it, if it would, like, kill an X3D CPU suddenly. Because I kind of suspect that that might happen with it. Man, I want to try Mother Gunship on the 9800X3D. Actually, I think my own game is installed on this computer, but the 1030 actually bottlenecks that. Doesn't it? My incredibly single-threaded FPS game. Multi-threading is really hard. Especially in Godot. Okay. Also, I'm probably going to get a bunch of shader comp stutter. Wait. Oh, yeah, wait. Oh, the 1030 is actually running at, like, decent frame rates for once. That's surprising. I thought it would be worse. So, turns out if you have a 9800X3D, this will run at 300 FPS even on a 1030. I should test this with a faster GPU at some point, though. Because I do wonder. But yeah, the 1030 is kind of a problem for this. It's not fast enough. Cinebench. Compiled version of PMC Reader? I'm pretty sure there's a compiled version... Wait, PMC Reader. No. I don't have a compiled version. Wait. I have an old version of it. I don't know how to compile it. I'm a software developer failure, not a success. That's why I run a YouTube channel. Also, unfortunately for my game, because I've written it all single-threaded so far, I can't, like... Godot has this option that you tick to make things multi-threaded, but if I tick that, it breaks, like, a bunch of stuff. So I can't just do that. Huh, okay, so, that didn't help. More voltage, apparently, is needed. I think it's gonna... I think, I think it's gonna roll over at this point. Like, once I'm done with my current game, the next game I'm gonna start with, like, multi-threading in mind. Because that's the, like, the thing is, like, a lot of the, like, people, well, I guess it's, like, I don't really feel like I'm a total beginner game dev. I guess if you're just starting out and you've literally never written any code, worrying about multi-threading and, like, making sure that things don't die when you spawn 50 entities, with AI, with their own, like, individual AI, is not something a beginner should be concerned about. They should just not be spawning that many entities. But yeah, so my next game, I am, like, straight from the beginning, I am going to have multi-threading in. Because adding it in after you've already written a bunch of stuff is so much worse. I'm not going to make my own benchmark suite, because the problem with making a benchmark suite is, like, you run into, like, especially when you're trying to compare to games, like, one of my main critiques for a lot of the 3D marks is that they're actually kind of too optimized compared to real games a lot of the time, right? Like, Firestrike scales to 32 threads. Please point to the video game that scales to 32 threads. You can't, it doesn't exist. Right? So it's like, yeah, if you have a game developer where it's like, oh yeah, we want to make a game where, and this is kind of like one of the, I mean, I'd be really pleased with myself if I actually managed to write a, like, have a game where it's like a first person bullet hell and it, like, beats Mother Gunship on entity count and performance. Because, yeah, I'd say Mother Gunship is probably about the most... And that game also is, like, entirely single-threaded. It runs better than my game, though. The better programmers. But, like, yeah, mine is, because, like, haven't even figured out how to, like, spawn entities using a different thread. Because that, in my opinion, like, as far as I can tell right now on my main thread, that's actually the biggest, like, consistently, like, spawning entities is expensive. So, like, not spawning them, and there's, like, two ways I could approach this. Either I could keep them spawned in all the time, which is really annoying to deal with from, like, entity management perspective. Like, it's way more convenient for an NPC to die and despawn, right, than it is for an NPC to die and, like, get teleported into some hidden, you know, like, make them invisible, make them non-interactable, turn off the AI, turn off, like, you know, manually basically turn off everything on them. And maybe if I had, like, started with that design philosophy from the beginning, where it's like, yeah, I need these entities to have, like, an off switch so that I don't have to kill them, then that would have maybe worked. But I didn't design with that in mind from the beginning, so now it's like, well, this is not efficient. And I'd much rather, like, get the game, like, done than, like, worry about fixing that. But on a future project, I would like to, like, start with that in mind of, like, this has to, like, this can't just die at some point. At least not before it spawns in, like, 1,000 bullets or something. And those bullets chase the player. Because I could think of a way to make something that looks like 1,000 bullets, but it wouldn't actually be, like, you could make a, you know, like a wall of 1,000 bullets, but it's actually one, like, actually, if I wanted gaps in between them, that would be kind of awkward, but yeah. So there's, like, ways of trying to fake that, but, like, no, I want actually 1,000 entities that have their own behavior, that don't murder the FPS. Or at least a few hundred. Because right now, the point where the game breaks is about 30. Frostbite, yeah, Frostbite can use all of the cores, and that's why the modern Need for Speed games are scared of spawning in more than 5 cop cars. That's like my biggest disappointment with like a lot of the modern, like both Heat and Unbound, especially Unbound though, because in Heat, the cops in Heat are so dangerous that like if like you just don't want to interact with them, period. In Unbound, the cops are pathetic, and it's even more pathetic that there's like 3 of them. Right? Like, I think the most cops I've ever had follow me in Unbound is like 5. And I imagine the main reason the game is like that, because like the old Need for Speeds, they would like try to bury you in cop cars. Like, you play Need for Speed Carbon, at Heat 5, a roadblock is 5 cop cars, and you're probably getting followed by like 10 of them. So there's like 15 cop cars on screen. Sometimes you'll get multiple roadblocks in a row. You know, like... And it just feels so awesome and intense. And then you play modern Need for Speed on Frostbite, where it uses your entire CPU, but there's like 3 NPCs actually interacting with you, and it's just like... disappointing. So disappointing. Where is my illegal street racer power fantasy? I want to feel like I'm escaping from the entire police department of the entire city. Not the 3 guys who are on patrol right now. Not an engine problem, just like a code problem. Yeah, probably. But like if the engine is so hard to use that you can't replicate gameplay from 2007, maybe you should do something about it. Because that was like my favorite thing. And the funny thing is like the newer Need for Speeds, like you can tell that like the starting line on Heat, when all the cars like launch and you have a bunch of tire smoke everywhere, that runs like trash. Like that specific situation where there's like a bunch of particles spawning in, runs like garbage. So it's like, and yet the engine uses my entire CPU, and like Unbound runs less badly than Heat does. Like Heat is impressive in how bad some parts of that map. Like there's like parts of that map that just like run like they always run like garbage. Even if there's like no cars there, it just runs like garbage. But if there is cars, then it runs even worse. And it's just like, how are you using so much of my CPU to do so little? Like, I'm assuming most of that CPU usage is like geometry draw calls or something. Because it's not NPCs. Because there's barely any NPCs. Which, like, personally, I find that really frustrating. Because, like, I've had the realization that, like, I actually do not care about, like, visuals very much. And I'm much more interested in, like, actual, like, the gameplay experience. And so the fact that, like, Need for Speed Carbon from 2007 has better gameplay than any of the modern Need for Speeds really annoys me. It's like, you could have literally just, like, re-released Carbon. And it's like, yeah, but look at all these graphics. That's great that you've got all these graphics, but, like, the gameplay is bland as hell. Like, when I tried streaming Need for Speed Carbon, I couldn't read chat. Because that game actually requires, you know, playing it. So I was playing it too much to read chat. But when I play Need for Speed Unbound, I could literally be in a PvP race and read chat at the same time, unless it's like S+ tier. Because S+ tier is actually fast enough that I do kind of need to pay attention to where I'm going. But in the lower tiers, I can read chat and beat people in PvP. Because game too easy. Actually, I don't think that's even a game too easy problem. That's just like, well, no, game is too easy. Like, you could argue some of it is the other players being bad at the game, which is why I'm in first place while reading chat. But I'd argue the fact that I'm able to even compete at all while reading chat is a sign that the game is bad. Like, if I'm not, like, if I have enough time to read chat instead of worry about, like, breaking zones and, like, making sure I choose the correct line through corners, your racing games suck. So, yeah. Anyway, so 5.5 is just not going to work. Because at this point, I bet if I keep raising the voltage, it's just going to crash even faster. When you think of Unreal Engine, I've never used it. There's a lot of games built on Unreal Engine that run like garbage. But, you know, like, I don't know if that's the engine's fault or if that's the developer's fault. Like, the one thing I do consistently dislike about Unreal is that it seems really heavy on undersampling. And then using temporal anti-aliasing to fix it. Which is just like, I hate TAA. I know that old, what was it, MSAA is, like, incompatible with modern, like, or it's not incompatible, but it just doesn't work that well with the new, like, rendering technique and the new... Like, the current rendering pipeline is designed around being able to have a lot of light sources, which is like, you know what? I would honestly not care if we had less fancy lighting and better anti-aliasing instead. Because I do not like motion blur. I wouldn't even say the hardware is overpowered. I feel like games have gotten simpler. Right? Like my example of Need for Speed is like literally old Need for Speed games, like the ones that featured cops, had more police presence than the current ones do. Like it to me, it just feels like instead of like, you know, thinking about, oh, how can we make the gameplay even more epic than everything that came before it? It's like, well, here we have a AAA engine that draws many, many triangles, very, very pretty triangles. And if we spawn more than 8 player controllable characters, it'll implode. Because Heat's multiplayer had an 8-player limit. In 2010, they had a Need for Speed MMO. Now, admittedly, that Need for Speed MMO looks way worse than Need for Speed Heat did, but it was an MMO. It had way more players in it. It, like, gameplay-wise, it was way more interesting. It was also incredibly pay-to-win. But that's a separate issue. And so instead of, like, taking what, like, Or if you look at like Need for Speed Carbon, like the police chases in Carbon or Most Wanted are like super intense and amazing. And then you look at the new lockdown mode for Need for Speed Unbound, which I tried a couple days ago because the trailer made it look like, oh, they're bringing something with the same level of intensity of like a Most Wanted or a Carbon police chase or a team escape in World, right? Which were like, I mean, I'm not really a big fan of the pursuits in Carbon or Most Wanted, but team escapes, man, I love team escapes. They're awesome. And I'm like, oh, this looks cool. And then I play it, and it's a freaking treasure hunt mode, and there's like a cop on the map, or a couple of them. You might see them in your like 30-minute, like even the 20 minutes you play the game mode, you might interact with like 5 cop cars. It's called Lockdown. They're like, it's a freaking treasure hunt with some police presence. And oh, also there's like a PvP aspect to it. And I'm like, we literally had more interesting gameplay in 2007 than this. We had better drift physics in 2007. Not realistic at all, but like more fun, yes. I mean, current Need for Speed physics aren't realistic either, so like that doesn't really seem like a very good argument anyway. So to me, it feels like a lot of the, like, instead of like, oh, we need a good engine with like good optimization so that we can like do stuff. It's just like, no, we got an engine that just spews triangles. Like an absolute fire hose of geometry. And if we try to put any complicated gameplay in it, it will chug. So we're not going to do that. Also, there's like compilation stutter, traversal stutter, everything stutter. And just don't even consider having too many players at the same time. I guess the Battlefield games kind of go against that. But like, yeah, a lot of the other games is just like, man, I'm so disappointed. Yeah, but Doom 2016 spawns like not that many entities. It's basically a corridor shooter. Like, I don't know how many demons you get in each encounter, but like the demons warp in as you kill them off. Right? Like you get like, they're not like, you don't get an arena that's like 50 demons at the same time. I'm not saying that would be good gameplay. I actually like, out of the modern Dooms, I actually like 2016. But I don't like Eternal. Eternal's horrible. But like, it's not really like, to me it doesn't feel like it's pushing the boundaries of like physics or really much of anything, right? Like there's a couple AI running around and that's it. Yeah, like Doom Eternal is extremely rock, paper, scissors. And I just hate that kind of balance. .2016 also, I also preferred the lore of 2016 and how the story was like there wasn't really a story, but Eternal just felt so, you're the savior of humanity, you're amazing, you're the great, like, and it's just like, this is bad. Like I really hate when a game is just like, isn't there that line somewhere where there's like an audio log where it's like, oh, I believe in Doom or whatever. It's just like, it's so cringe. Like my face. And, like, I get that with Eternal, it's like, oh, we have all these different fancy environments, but for me, that just kind of ruined the vibe, because it just feels like playing a multiplayer FPS, where you're just going from map to map without any connection between them. Like, the game tried to string it together, where it's like, oh, there's all this lore about this multiverse, and it really feels like, no, we came up with a bunch of levels, and then we, like, bent the story to fit around the levels we made, rather than we made a story, and then the levels fit to the story. Right? Because, like, the environments you go through in 2016 are very cohesive. And it, like, makes sense. You're like, diving in and out of hell. And the facility. And it's, like, cool. And then you get to Eternal, and it's like, okay, the Earth is getting invaded. Fair enough. But then it's, like, there's this section where it's just, like, ancient ruins with, like, and they're, like, overgrown. And it's like, this is a very pretty environment. I just have no idea why we're here. Also, why are there demons? And only, like, so I mainly, like, play indie FPS games, and a lot of those run into that problem of, like, oops, we spawned too much of whatever, and now the FPS died. Right? And I think, like, I think would be really cool if, like, there was an engine where instead of just, like, more and more triangles, it's like, somebody figure out how that we can have, like, great physics and great, like, huge numbers of active game objects instead of static game objects everywhere. Right? Like, Teardown, I guess, is a good example of that, where it's like, that has just amazing physics simulation. And when that came out, it ran like garbage. Runs a lot better these days. So that's like, whoa, that is, like, actually innovative. Like, to me, that actually feels innovative instead of, like, look, we have ray tracing now. And it's just like, but I still can't, like, interact with most of this ray trace world in any meaningful way. Hell, Need for Speed now has, like, like, the scenery that you drive through, like bushes, lampposts, fences, right? They're all made of cardboard. They don't even slow your car down, which is something that they used to do. And I don't think that's actually, that might be a physics optimization, because there's a lot of those. Like, they're basically a particle effect instead of a physics effect object, is how they feel a lot of the time. Like, occasionally there's something that seem to be actually objects. Like, there's some traffic cones that'll sometimes launch the car into space if you hit them at the wrong angle. But, there's a lot of, like, you can drive through the trees. Like, they just disintegrate with a, and it's just like, this wasn't, like, this isn't there. This isn't even part of the game world. And yeah, it's a better looking tree than the trees we had in 2007. But at least, like, the trees in 2007, like, you know, it felt like I hit something. But yeah, and then there's games like Mother Gunship where it's just like, oh yeah, that is an Unreal Engine game. And it runs on one thread. And once you get to the really high threat levels, it spawns entirely too many bullets, and then the game engine dies. Actually, no, it doesn't die, but the frame rate just tanks. Because it turns out that, yeah, having a few hundred bullets processed by one thread, no worky very good. And then, like, Turbo Overkill also had some levels where, like, they're massive open spaces. And those are, like, really cool levels, but they also, like, don't run great, because you suddenly have, like, lots of enemies that have line of sight on you and lots of projectiles flying around, and it, again, starts to chug. And And Echo Point Nova kind of runs into that as well. Turbo Overkill wasn't that bad, though. But yeah, like Mother Gunship in the end game levels, like there's certain levels when I'm playing where it's like, oh yeah, this is just going to run at like 50 FPS on a 7800X 3D. Because it's single threaded and there's like a few hundred bullets. And it turns out when you need to iterate over a few hundred bullet positions, that gets very expensive. Because every single, like, and it's, so that is like one thing that, not for my current game, but for a future game, I would like to solve. I would like to have like each bullet, like not, well, the issue is not each bullet, but like I'd like to have like bullet thread groups somehow. So that when I have bullets, they're not all on one thread. Because if I spawn too many of them, that thread is just going to die at some point. Because it gets, like, you know, like one bullet is fine. You just update the position of it for each frame. But then once you have a few hundred of them, like, you just need to go through and update all of them. And if for some reason they don't fit nicely into the cache, you're going to be accessing the memory for that position update, and then it's just going to be awful. Anyway, so it looks like 5475 is about the limit for Cinebench at 1.22-ish. So yeah, it rolls over above 1.22-ish. And it's running at under 80C. Yeah, that's about the same as the 7600 was. You played Super Meat Boy? I'm not really into platformers. Does the power plan help with micro stutter in games? I've literally never tested that. You can do what part differently? The bullet update, like the bullet position updates? I'm not enough of a programmer to come up with a better way of doing it, especially if you want each bullet to have unique behavior. I don't want them acting like a uniform wave. Like, yeah, I know you could make it like a uniform wave effect, and then that solves a lot of the problems. I don't have enough, like, I don't have enough experience to deal with, like, super low level stuff, like the draw calls. I just don't deal with that. But, like, I have, like, spawning entities. I want to figure, like, I'd like to figure out how to, like, multi-thread that, and then, like, having the entities, like, not having all of the entity behavior on one thread is the other thing I want. Because to me, it seems like you can have up to about, for Godot Engine, you can have up to, like, maybe 20 things? 20, 30 entities on a thread before it, like, starts to really fall apart. That each have their, like, own behavior. And so it's like, yeah, well, I would like to have, like, several times that, please. I don't care what the graphics look like. I've already mentioned this. I literally do not give a damn. Like, the game that inspired me to try make my own game was Cruelty Squad. Like, I'd be more excited if NVIDIA announced, like, a physics accelerator than ray tracing. Except we used to have physics accelerators. Those got scrapped because NVIDIA didn't want to share them. Okay, so 5475 is also kind of borderline. Direct. Yeah, I don't care. I literally do not care. I play games that are from 2004. I played Need for Speed Carbon, which is from 2007, and I had more fun playing that than I had in all of the time I played Unbound. So, like, why would I use, like, an engine that has a bunch of fancy graphical effects that don't do anything? Like, I don't want to deal with trying to figure out how to get Unreal to, like, not do whatever it does. Yeah, but, like, for me, looks decent is, like, I think Turbo Overkill looks decent. And I literally don't care in that case. Like, my biggest complaint for the graphical presentation of Turbo Overkill is that there's so much blood that you sometimes can't see the enemies you're trying to shoot. Like, I am very, very utilitarian in my, like, view on, like, graphical effects, where it's like, I need to be able to see what I'm shooting at, and then I'm going to be worried about if it looks like... And honestly, at that point, I don't care. Because, like, I like games that are so fast that you don't really have time to think. Right? Like, when I play Mother Gunship, I don't, like, look at the enemy models and go, like, oh, this has, like, whatever textures. No, it's like, oh, that is big red shape. It has this attack. This is this other red shape. It has that attack. This is a bubble. Don't shoot the bubble because that's a waste of bullets. Right? So, like, I mean, if you don't like how the game looks, you don't have to play it. Yeah, but I never played Metro. Like, I never played Metro. I played a bit of Battlefield 3. I wasn't exactly blown away. Mainly, yeah, like, Battlefield 3 is, like, a great example of, like, my main dislike for Battlefield 3 is that I couldn't tell friendlies from enemies. So I would just try to shoot everything that moves. Red Dead, I never played that either. Like, I don't generally like, like, I don't like third-person games. I don't like RPGs. Or it's... Well, RPGs, it's not that I don't like them. It's just, like... Yeah, they're just... It's not really a genre I care for very much. Like, if I want a story, I'll just read a story. If I want gameplay, I want the gameplay to feel like... Either it's, like, turn-based and very, like, you know, I have to think about, like, interactions, or it's so fast that there's literally no time to think at all. In either situation, like, for the turn-based ones, it's like, well, I'm reading, like, ability descriptions and thinking about how, like, stuff interacts with each other. Don't care what the graphics looks like because I'm not looking at them. And for... Actually, how true is that? I mean, I do appreciate that, like, Age of Mythology looks good. And that's real time. But would I stop playing it if it looked worse? Probably not. So, yeah. Like XCOM 2? I've never played Arma. Basically, when it comes to FPS games, if it's anything slower than, like, Quake, I don't care. The more an FPS game tries to be like realistic milsim, the less interested I am in it. Especially if it doesn't let me just carry like 100 grenades. Yeah, like a Quake with a destructible environment would be epic. Play Serious Sam 2? No. I mean, I actually guess technically EYE Divine Cyberbancy falls into the category of like slow FPS game. Slowish FPS game. And it's technically an RPG. But yeah, when it comes to games, I like speed. Generally speaking. I've never played any of the Persona games. I've never played Tarkov. The main reason I've never played Tarkov is it looks incredibly boring. I'm pretty sure the lockdown mode in Need for Speed Unbound, which I hate with a passion, is based on Tarkov gameplay. I am the idea of dropping into a map and then having to like search for stuff is just like, this is just Minecraft, but worse, because you can't even like do anything. Like if I want to go searching for stuff in like a environment, I'll literally just go play Minecraft instead. You'd pay? I'm trying to that's not, like, I'm not gonna, like, if you're willing to pay, like, 100 an hour, sure. $100 an hour, and I'll play Tarkov until I win. Do you like Black Ops 6? No, I've never played... No, I've played Call of Duty 4 at a friend's house on PlayStation 3. That was the only time I've ever played a COD game. Borderlands 3? Borderlands 3 has too much looking at guns instead of using guns. There's a reason my game has 3 guns in it, and I don't plan to add more. Angerfoot? Oh, that I haven't tried. That has been on my radar for a while, though. Okay, so 5.45 is very realistic for Cinebench, though I can't imagine this is going to run VT3, is it? I Am Your Beast? Oh, I saw some gameplay of that. That looked terrible. That looked really bland. Oh, yeah, so this is not Y-Cruncher at all. I don't think I tried 3D Mark at 545, did I? Yeah, but Helldivers 2 is third person. So now the thing I want to check is like if 3D Mark 11 is better in 1-to-1 mode or 2-to-1 mode. I'm just kind of wondering about that because right now we're 8,000. Yeah, so this is pretty tight. Dead Island 2, never played it. And I've never played Vermintide or Darktide. Like, basically, if the game has mainstream appeal, I've probably not played it. And it's not even like I tried to do that on purpose. I just don't find that, like, I see the gameplay videos, and it's just like, man, this is so boring. Like, we've been over this on a recent live stream where it's like, where I, like, went over games I actually like, and they're all just super underground. Does RAM speed and timings affect Y-Cruncher Pi 2.5 billion score heavily? Yeah. A lot. Like, it's super memory bottlenecked. Also, you need to run as high FCLK as possible for that one. Because it's so bandwidth starved. Okay, let's try 1-to-1 6400 instead of this. So previously it was like 44,500. I can't imagine that this is going to be significantly different. Like, my favorite FPS game release this year is Echo Point Nova, which you've probably not heard of, unless you were on that stream where I mentioned Echo Point Nova. And that game gives you a hoverboard, and you fly around the map at, like, over 100 kilometers per hour most of the time. That's the kind of gameplay I like in my FPS games. If my player character can't outrun a car, I ain't interested. Did you ever play 007? No. My parents were super anti-video games. I didn't get to, like... The only video games I got to play when I was, like, younger was, like... Lego Harry Potter. That was, like, the one... That's, like, the first video game I remember ever playing was Lego Harry Potter on PC. Rally Sport Challenge. And that's it. Oh, Age of Mythology. Yeah, Age of Mythology was my first RTS game. But that was, like, later. Eventually, I got a PlayStation 3, and pretty much the only game I played on that was Burnout Paradise. Because I never got any other games for it. And then on the school laptops, I'd play RuneScape, World of Warcraft, and Cube 2 Sauerbraten. Oh, and I played a ton of Need for Speed Carbon and Need for Speed World, eventually. When I, like... Yeah, because you could actually play Need for Speed Carbon on a Mac. Wait, I just wanted to run 3D Mark 11. I recently replayed Burnout Paradise. It's still good. It's about the same. Yeah, this is slightly faster. The issue is there's also like run-to-run variants on this test, so... I'm kind of wondering if maybe for this, high FCLK wouldn't have been better. Oh man, it just tanked for some reason. Can you run 5.6 for 3D11? I doubt it. I can't even do 5.5 Cinebench. Okay, yeah, that just randomly tanked. Look, Flack Monkey, I see your comment. I just don't care. And I was hoping you'd drop it at some point, but evidently I need to tell you that I don't care. And hopefully now you get that I don't care. Anyway, so let's try that 8000 setup. Again. Is there equivalent Intel motherboards? Yeah, like the ASRock ITX Lightning. And like an Apex. You didn't have to delete your message, though. Intel latest microcode. At this point, I don't think I'm going to manage that this year. Because I'm leaving for Christmas. So I'm going to get to be bored out of my mind for like 10 days. That's going to be fun. I'm pretty sure I punched in 38, but yeah, it's not posting, so I guess that was 28. Oops. Well, at least this is easy to set up again. Oh, no, I'm check. Static, probably about the same, actually. Like, there's not that much headroom in static OC unless you get way luckier than I did. Like, PBO, all-core Cinebench runs like 5.3, and static runs like 5.45. So, not really a big difference. And with PBO, well, also that 5.5 is very borderline, so like... Oh, I guess I've been using override mode, haven't I? That should all work. ECLK, with the max PBO offset, you max out at plus 200. With ECLK, you can go beyond that. That's about it. Yeah? Is it not stable? Oh, no, I was just being derpy. Oh, that was a bad run. I think that's worse. Because the latency's worse. Oh, no, still about the same. This one was better. Maybe 8200 then? Always the latest, yeah. The Y-Cruncher developer does a really good job of keeping it up to date for all the CPUs. $45,000 finally? Because I think last time it maxed out at like 44,900. So this could maybe break 45K. Y-Cruncher is a benchmark as well as like a stress testing software. I don't have enough different power supplies to actually verify that, but unless the power supply is incredibly bad, I'd say no. And if the PSU is incredibly bad, you're going to have other problems first, probably. Oh no, it's slower. Actually, no, that was about the same. Yeah, so that's a little bit faster on the first run, but let's see if it gets better. Huh. It's really not scaling very much. I mean, that's not too surprising, I guess. And also, I kind of wonder if at 8,200 something doesn't get worse. Yeah, like the RDLs are mismatched now. Well, I guess we could try make the match, but I'll see if that works. On Ryzen 7000, not that I'm aware of. You just kind of have to get lucky, I guess, that they end up matched. How often do you have to reinstall Windows? No, I think I've had this OS for like a year or longer now. So not that often. The thing is with the test bench OSs, I don't really do very much on them, so... Like, I don't know that I would... Actually, and I might be misremembering if I reinstalled it or not. And sometimes I reinstall them just because I don't know what's on them. And, like, sometimes certain applications, like, have conflicts with each other. Or there's just, like, I've just run so many different GPU drivers through the OS that it's just like, okay, at this point, I'll just reinstall it instead of trying to figure out what, if anything, is wrong with it. $38. Yeah, still mismatched. And that made it worse. I think that was just like randomness, though. Oh no, it is consistently worse now. It's only 9 p.m. here. Uh, 8K RPM? Yeah, no, that it's going to be unbearably loud. Yeah, they just won't match at 8200, I guess. Well, that sucks. Man, I think that's making the performance worse. This was just... No, I think like it's not like trying to tighten the RDLs is like upsetting something. And it's getting worse and worse. Yep. Oh well. So I guess 3D Mark 11 considers DDR5 8000 and 6400 to be about the same. I guess we could also try 6400 with 2200. The thing is, though, also the 9800X 3D is probably just not that sensitive to memory performance. Like, I'm kind of wondering what would happen if I just clear CMOS, set the CPU to 5450, and, like, what score is it going to get? It's going to be, like, 42,000 or something. Maybe more. I don't think that's going to do anything, but, well, we can try. Yeah, it might train. 1.5 volts on the memory, like VDD? Yeah, that's fine. 1.5, even VDDIO should be fine. We'll see you didn't even do anything for Ryzen. I kind of doubt it. Yeah, right now it's not even like properly supported at all. So you should just avoid it for Ryzen. But if at some point it is supported, I don't think it's going to do much. Okay, so tightening the RDLs at 1-to-1 mode probably wasn't the best idea. I wonder if we'll be able to get through the BIOS. Because this is very unstable. Oh yeah, I might have forgotten to set the SoC voltage. That would be unhelpful for 6400. Yeah, it's probably still at 1.1, isn't it, from the 2-to-1 mode? Yep, that explains that then. Could it be a board limitation for 8000 plus? Yeah, it could be, but I won't know until I try the ITX or like find a board that's better. Because I don't even know if the ITX is necessarily better, but like chances are it is. Yeah, that memory kit should be perfectly fine for overclocking. Like, it might not be great for 2-to-1 mode, but in 1-to-1 mode, it'll be perfectly good. ATX, yeah, not having the extra memory slots helps. I do still have the B650E Tachyon laying around. I don't use it very much because it's not relevant to anyone because you can't buy it. I've never been a fan of the like super exclusive OC boards because it's just like, what's the point of a product that nobody can have? B650M HTV, haven't tried it yet. Where are we at? I'm trying to see what is best for 3D Mark 11. What's it so upset about? Oh wait, it might be fine now. Why would I test A620 boards? They suck and they're expensive. Like the B650M HTV exists, just buy that instead. You got above 2200? No. The CPU really, really doesn't like 2233. The motherboard could be 50 amp power stages. It wouldn't make a difference. You can power a 9950X with 8 60 amp power stages. You don't really need anything more. It's not a 14900 KS. And the 9800X3D pulls even less current, so you need even less VRM for it. I don't know why I decided to open hardware info. The thing is, used genes are expensive. That's surprising. I wonder if there's something I forgot to set. It is very common for Ryzen CPUs to not be able to do 6400 1-to-1. A lot less common for memory sticks. I'm going for the 9800X3D for out-of-the-box 8000 RAM Expo 2-to-1. I've only tested like 3 boards for DDR5 8000 with 9000 series so far, so not really a big sample size. Kind of wondering if I'm just not cutting it close on the sock voltage. Could maybe be this. Yeah, my tip for you if you bought 4 16-gig sticks is to sell them and buy 2x32 instead. TRCDWR should be accessible on all 9000 series CPUs on the latest BIOSes. Two by 32. I mean, considering they have a 7800X3D, chances are it can't run 6400, so I guess 6000. CL30. Man, I feel like something got borked with the, and now it's just broken. And it's, refusing to work properly. What? No, 4 modules is bad. I might have to clear CMOS, because that is a thing that happens, that the motherboard sometimes just gets stuck on bad settings. Corsair RAM overall, some of it is good, some of it is bad, and some of it is really overpriced. So about the same as all the other memory manufacturers. No, even if you're just trying to run 6000 4x16 can cause problems. I know they put 4 memory slots on motherboards these days, but those extra memory slots are vestigial. They're not a feature. They're there to make the motherboard look more expensive and actively harm memory performance. Man, it just crashed again. Yeah, it is really upset about something. I'm going to clear CMOS. If I was in charge of motherboards, the only motherboards that had 4 memory slots would be workstation boards. And they'd come with a sticker, like, they'd come with a great big freaking warning about how, like, terrible it is that they have way too many memory slots. So the thing about most 9000s will run 4x16 at 6000 is that I tried to do that and Expo doesn't work. I don't know. They might have fixed it by now, but like there's a decent chance it won't work. And it would just be better if you just didn't have 4 memory sticks. Like, this is very simple. Don't have 4 memory sticks. If you don't have 4 memory sticks, you won't have all the problems created by having 4 memory sticks. So it's like, yeah, on some BIOS versions, on some motherboards, it might work. Or you could just not use it. Was having 4 slots on DDR4 also that bad? It was less bad because the speeds were lower. It was still kind of bad, though. Just... And DDR4 was a lot more, in a way, kind of a lot more mature. So, like... But, like... Yeah, like, at the speeds that DDR5 is running at, the fact that, like, multiple memory slots are still in the spec is just like, why? Well, I know why. It's cheap. It's very, very cost effective to just slap more memory sticks in, and who cares if it ruins everything in the process. You know, I wonder if this is just a case of the CPU can't run 2200 at 6400, because that does happen. It could have also been the TRRDs. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Nah, 3200 dual rank is not as fast as 3800 single rank. It's like 3466 is about the same as 3800. Does CPU cooling? It helps a bit, but like you need a lot of cooling for it to be really noticeable. Like, you'd need to basically go sub-zero. And it also helps the memory controller. But not too far below 0, because if you go too far, the Infinity Fabric gets upset again. So the issue is like, I'm not sure that the Tomahawk is actually the best motherboard at this price point. Right? Because I haven't tested every single motherboard in this price point with a similar feature set. Alright, oh, I forgot to set the memory speed. $9800X3D on LN2. Definitely not this year. The Taichi Light is a lot more expensive than the Tomahawk. Is 2x24 at the same megahertz slower than 2x32? Yes. Which is kind of funny because 2x24 is usually more expensive. Well, it's less about it being single rank and more just it runs looser timings than A-Die does. So clock for clock, it's just slower. On DDR5, dual rank is barely a difference. On DDR4, it makes such a big difference because there's so few bank... Like, there's relatively few bank groups. With DDR5, a single rank has as many bank groups as dual rank DDR4. Also, you have 4 memory channels with 2 memory sticks. Right? So the whole point having extra memory ranks is that you can have more open rows. But if you have 4, like, the extra channels, more open rows. The extra banks, more open rows. So, like, single rank DDR5 is, like, can have as many open rows as, like, quad rank DDR4, effectively. Because on DDR4, you only have, like, you have 8 bank group, you have, wait, not 8, 4. Yeah, you have 4 bank groups, 4 banks each, so in total you can have 16 rows per rank. On DDR5, it's 32 rows per rank. And then each, on DDR5, one memory stick has 2 sub-channels. So you have 32 rows on one rank, 32 rows on the other rank. That's 64 in total. So, like, that's why even if you have one stick of DDR5, it's nowhere near as bad as the performance. Like, the performance hit of having one stick of DDR5 is nowhere near as bad as one stick of DDR4. Because one stick of DDR5 is kind of like 2 sticks of DDR4. And that's before you consider the fact it also runs at much higher speeds. Man, this benchmark's too inconsistent. I'm honestly kind of starting to wonder if the GT 1030 might not be a bottleneck at this point. Man, 2200 FCLK is not looking good. Like, the performance isn't looking very good. Oh, finally got a good pass, but yeah, it's still not amazing. Okay, I really want to do a JDEC run now. Because, like, I gotta know, is it just not scaling, like, at all? Because it kind of feels like that might be the issue, where it's just like this benchmark just doesn't care about memory on an X3D very much. Yeah, for ITX, I would recommend AM5 ITX. I would recommend Gigabyte or Asus. The MSI is really bad. Okay, that's maybe a bit harsh, but like it's really like it's the cheapest ITX for a reason, and it's not a good reason. I'm gonna set everything except the CPU frequency to auto. Because I wonder, like, is it gonna tank the score? Because I kind of suspect it might not, which would be really, like, you know, a testament to the amazingness of 3DV cache and also massively disappointing. What about the ASRock? ASRock has 2 ITXs. I don't know. Like, I've seen one of them get good results. I don't know about the other. And I haven't tested either of them myself. So I have the privilege of, like, testing so many motherboards that I can usually just use whichever one is best. And it's not very consistent, which is why I don't really have, like, a favorite manufacturer. So 8000 can actually have a latency advantage over 1-to-1 mode because you can sync the Infinity Fabric to the memory controller, which you can't do in 1-to-1 mode. Also, some CPUs just suck at 1-to-1 mode, in which case 2-to-1 mode is just better. What about favorite BIOS? Oh boy. For AM5 at this point, I'd say Asus. Yeah, probably Asus. It doesn't, like, on Intel, Asus has, like, some wacky naming conventions, but on AM5, they're kind of kept in check by AMD, I feel like, so can't get too wacky with the naming conventions. Okay, so that actually tanked the performance. Huh. So it does care. Just not, like... Actually, it kind of cares a lot. That's like a 10% performance drop. And that's on an X3D chip. That's like a big hit. Oh, wait, this runs better. Oh, it's not, yeah, now it's like 42K. Okay, so that's like... That's less like 10%. Oh, no, not the full test. We don't need the GPU test. I have a 1030. It's not going to tell us anything. Yeah, so even with the X3D, 3D Mark 11 scales like, what is it? Where's my calculator? Man, I swear, I used to have the pin to, yeah, I used to have it pinned and then it like disappeared. Well, let's repin it. Anyway, I think the highest score I got so far was like 4490 911. And right now it like spat, like the previous one I think was like 41700 something. So yeah, that's like a 8% performance uplift from memory overclocking. That's honestly impressive for for an X3D chip. Oh, and now it ran like garbage again. Man, this benchmark is too random. Oh, and now it ran really well. Yeah. Yeah, so it's like cool. Anyway, I think I'm kind of done for today. The main takeaway is like if you're gonna be doing all core overclocks on Ryzen on a X3D like 9800 X3D, don't like max core voltage is like 1.2 ish. Because any more than that, and it's just gonna start getting worse. Unless like if you delit it, I guess you're maybe gonna be able to get away with like 1.25. But the like it still has that same like rollover behavior that 7000 series had where the temperatures don't even look that high, but if you just give it too much voltage, it just doesn't work anymore. And too much voltage like happens really quickly and really early. So yeah, I think with like delid direct die, you might be able to get away with like 1.25, 1.3. Actually, 1.3, I don't think so. 1.3 is probably like sub-zero territory. Thoughts on Click BIOS? I am not a huge fan of it, but it's tolerable. What version of a GT 1030 is this? It should be a GDDR5 card. I'm pretty sure I'm not stupid enough to have bought the DDR4 version. Yeah, GDDR5. Oh, all-core frequency, like 5.5? With this chip, 5.5. With a better chip, maybe 5.6. Are there any 9800X3D overclocking guides? I haven't watched any. I'm kind of thinking I might try to do something once I have like more data, but like the thing is like if you just mess with PBO, it's really easy to get the chip to run like 5.3-ish all-core. And then like the static overclocks kinda don't make a ton of sense in my opinion. Well, 580 has the best PCB? Yeah, probably the classified. Actually, well, the Matrix is also really cool. Have you tried One-Osmos Hydra? No, and I don't plan to. Any kind of one-click overclocking anything is a bad idea. How can you check? Well, with some manufacturers, you can figure it out from the sticker on the memory sticks. But the usual way I do it for DDR5 is to just look at the spec. Like 6000 CL30 has to be some kind of Hynix, because there's literally no other memory chips that'll do that spec. And then once you have like 6000 CL30, if it does on AMD, if it does TRFC 400 at 6000, it's A die. If it doesn't do 400, it's M die. You know, I'm kind of tempted to see what I can do with this CPU on the ASRock B650M HDV. and like intentionally use the like weakest memory kit I have, which is a 2x32 kit of Hynix 8i. Though alternatively, I do also have a 5600 CL40. No, is it 40 or 38? I don't remember. It's some kind of. Wait, is it even 5600? I have some kind of like cheapo MDI kit that I've had for ages, and I'm like, because like I want to do a video that shows like, hey, you can get good results even out of like really basic hardware. Like you don't need to buy a $700 motherboard for your 9800X3D because it's not going to do anything. Actually, I could literally, man, that would be the... I hate running pointless benchmarks, okay? Like, I know there's like a lot of motherboard reviews where they have a bunch of like CPU benchmarks in the motherboard review, and basically the way I look at that is like if any of those motherboards has a significant performance advantage, it's probably cheating on memory timings, power limits, or BCLK. Okay? Because if that motherboard is following the manufacturer's spec, it should perform the same as every other motherboard. The only way it could be performing better than spec is if it's violating the spec. So like I know there's a lot of motherboard reviews that do that. And I find it so pointless. Like, why do you even bother running benchmarks? But because like any difference is just going to be like motherboards loading up custom timing profiles and stuff. Yeah, like I do have a Hero, so I could run a bunch of benchmarks on the Hero and then run a bunch of benchmarks on the HDV and show how they're the same. Or basically the same, because like on the Hero, like maybe I'll use the Expo, like the really high-end G-Skill Expo kit, you know, and really, well, I'm push both of them to the limit. Like the thing is, on the HDV, I can run 6200 CL26 probably. I can probably run 6400 CL26 with the right memory sticks, but I want to use like not the best memory sticks I have. Yeah, that's probably going to be better. Is use the not the best memory sticks I have. And then use the best memory sticks I have on the Hero, though I still haven't figured out which sticks are the best I have. So, yeah, we might have to do that. And I want to do that with the 9950X because I want to mainly test it 1-to-1. Because especially with the 9800X3D, it looks like 2-to-1 mode is kind of a waste. Didn't seem to really do anything for 3D Mark 11. And I'm willing to trust 3D Mark 11 on that. But yeah, so like... run like really expensive, like not necessarily the most expensive, just the best memory kit on the Hero against like the worst Hynix kit I have on the HDV. And see which one, and then like show the differences between the two, like hardware combinations. And on the Hero, like I have ECLK, so we could like ECLK the CPU, which is going to make so much, like, which is totally going to make that $700 motherboard worth it. Actually, is it 700? It's like 600. Should I check? How bad, like, how far off am I about how overpriced the Hero is? Asus must love sending me motherboards. It is $700, so I wasn't in, like, yeah, like, they're nuts. They're absolutely nuts with these prices. But yeah, so like I could try push the Hero to its absolute limits. I'm not even going to bother checking that things are stable. Especially not on the Hero. Like the ASRock, sure, I'll probably do like some stability validation on the ASRock board. But on the Hero, it'll be just like flat out, like screw stability. Because I am fully convinced it is going to be like single-digit % difference. So maybe like 5% at most. And that is just like, yeah, you're going to spend $700 more on your motherboard for 5% more CPU performance. Like, that is stupid if you do that. Yeah, so that could be kind of fun. I think. Like, that could actually be an interesting video. Should CPU frequency be a ratio to FCLK or MCLK? No. Where do people keep pulling these random things from? How low can TRC go on Hynix 8i? I don't know. Because at least on Ryzen, as far as I know, the TRAS register bottoms out at 30. And TRP doesn't really go much below 30 either. Also, like, how low you can push TRC depends on what frequency you're at. Like, if you set it too low, I'm pretty sure the CPU just ignores it. That's kind of the issue. Doesn't the B650E Tai Chi kind of do that? I wish I had one of those. Like, that has ECLK. It should do 8,000. Or wait, this is Realtek, isn't it? Actually, I have no idea who... Is that Intel or is that Realtek? Oh, it's Intel. Isn't Intel's 2.5 gig really bad? Like my daily motherboard has an Intel NIC on it. I've not noticed any issues, but I'm also not trying to use it at 2.5 gigabit, so that might be part of it. Man, I hate the PCIe slot arrangement on this motherboard so much. It's so stupid. Like, so freaking stupid. Like, you put your 4090 in this, and then you can't put anything in there. And it's just like, ASRock, have you never seen a modern high-end GPU? Actually, you don't even need a 4090. There's like 4070 Ti's that'll block this PCIe slot. I know that because I have one. But yeah. Really cool feature set, just in the wrong place. That PCIe slot. Anyway. You can use riser cables. Yeah, well, so, like, they're still stupid. At least with the X870, they, like, you know, had a look at what a 4090 looks like and went like, you know what, maybe, just maybe, we should put some more space between the PCIe slots, you know? Like, when people buy our high-end motherboard, they might want to buy a high-end GPU, and then maybe they'll want to run some other add-in card, like a networking card, or a capture card, or a sound card, or like another M.2 card. Actually, I wouldn't do that on the X870 Tai Chi if I were you, because it would steal your GPU PCIe lanes, but... And PCIe allocation on a lot of the motherboards. I think the Hero... Oh, wait, no, they ditched that. It used to be that the Hero had a chipset slot at the bottom. Yeah, but like at least this one they figured out where the PCIe slots should physically be located. Even if the lane, like, lane splitting isn't amazing. Oh well, that'll be it for the stream. Oh, how hard can you push the FCLK? The FCLK has nothing to do with your memory kit. So, what FCLK you can run entirely depends on your CPU. I think, like, the only motherboards that I like the... Actually, no, the only motherboard that I like the PCIe lane arrangement on is the Gigabyte AI motherboard thing, the Extreme, because it has X8, X8, and then the very bottom slot is also connected to the chipset, if I remember correctly. Yeah. So this one has like you can have two GPUs, or you can have a GPU and a capture card, or you can like, oh wait, it's 4.0 by 2. Oh my god. By 2 has to be the most useless kind of PCIe slot ever. Has anybody ever seen a by 2 card? Because I haven't. I've seen by 1, I've seen by 4, I've even seen some by 8 cards. I've never seen a by 2. Asus ProArt, maybe? Because that's like a workstation motherboard, right? Like, they can't be that stupid on a workstation board. I mean, the slot spacing is suboptimal again, but like, oh well. Like, at least you do have that chipset slot at the very bottom. So, like, you have options, and... man, why doesn't PC Part Picker link to the product page directly? What? No, I don't want those stupid QR codes. Hey! Asus understands how to use PCIe lanes. Yes. Now, if only they could acknowledge that maybe it would be nice to know why your workstation doesn't want to boot. This motherboard doesn't have a postcode. Because it's too close in feature set to the Hero if it did have a postcode. I just... like, this is one thing I just hate so much about Asus, like, specifically Asus, because they are just hell-bent... oh. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, doesn't it? Oh, you want that PCIe X4 slot that we conveniently removed from the Hero? You can have it! For, I'm assuming this is going to be $1,000 when it becomes available. It's like, oh, I like the ProArt, but I'd like a postcode. So then it's like, yeah, but the Hero doesn't have the PCIe I need. And then it's like, oh, well, then you need this thing. And it's just like, Asus, could you not, please? Like, they're really, really good at just, you know, like, removing that one feature that just breaks a motherboard. From being, like, the best thing ever to just being eh. Though if you're just building a regular daily system, then... well, no, I wouldn't go for this because this is crazy expensive. I'd go for... like, if you don't care about the ability to run 2 GPUs, Tomahawk, the Gigabyte X870E Elite, the... what else is there? There's, like, a bunch of, like, $300-ish motherboards with postcodes, which is a market segment that Asus just doesn't acknowledge, that, you know, people would like to be able to tell why their overclock isn't working, or, like, if their GPU is dead or something. Because, like, your postcode can actually tell you, like, hey, I can't initialize the GPU. But Asus does not, you know, care for competing in that. Oh, I have Asus ticked off specifically. That's why it's all screwed. Where's AM5? Wait, did I tick off AM5 already? No. Yes, wait, I did. Stupid. Yeah, stupid. Okay, well, why is this so expensive now? That's stupid. Oh, actually, MSI understands PCIe slots as well, I guess. And you have a postcode. I mean, it's still really expensive though, and if you don't care about the extra like multi-GPU support, then like where is it? Oh, there it is. Wait, no, that's the X870 board. This one has like awful PCIe. Like that one's really bad. There. So yeah, this has a postcode, and it's like $320, which is something that Asus will never make. $300 motherboard with a postcode. Can't have that. Yeah, the PCIe, actually this one's kind of, yeah, like the X870 chipset's really not amazing for PCIe. Well, at least MSI lets you disable the USB ports and then you get like extra PCIe lanes. All right, this has the stupid layout. Wait, how cheap is the B650 Taichi now? Because that's under 300 already. Oh. Lol. That's how I missed it. Because the price went up. Man, all the ASRock boards are super expensive. What is going on with that? Yeah, this is supposed to be like 240 and it's like 400 on Amazon. That's so stupid. No postcode though. I mean, like, the postcode isn't an absolute must-have, but, like, that's, like, the one feature where if you're going to be doing a lot of overclocking, like, that's really nice to have. It's also nice to have a clear CMOS button that just works, which is something that Asus doesn't really want to put on a lot of their motherboards for some reason. And Gigabyte kind of has the same problem. I hope they fixed it. Because, yeah, it's so annoying when it's like, oh, I'm going to clear CMOS. So first I need to unplug my power supply and then wait for it to discharge. And then I can clear the CMOS. And then I can plug in the power supply again or turn the power supply back on again. Just don't, please. Just put the freaking 5-volt standby cutting transistor on the motherboard. So I don't need to do all that. Like, at that point, it would almost... Well, no, it wouldn't, because you still need to unplug the power supply. I was like, it would almost be faster to pull the battery, except it isn't, because you need to unplug the PSU. Peak motherboard right here. Anyway, I did say I would end the stream, and that kind of went off the rails, so I will actually end it now. Yeah, so thanks for watching, and goodbye.